Good evening and welcome to the Pullman City Council meeting, a special meeting on this Monday. Usually we always meet at Tuesday. Usually we meet at 7 o'clock, but we're meeting at 6 o'clock tonight because we're going to go through all the budgets, half the budgets, then the other half will be next week. So first of all, Dee, would you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Chapman.
Present.
Councilmember McCall.
Here.
Councilmember Parks.
Here.
Councilmember Records.
Here.
Councilmember Sorensen.
Here.
Councilmember Weller.
Present.
Councilmember Wright.
Here.
Announcements tonight. Of course, tomorrow is the big election day, and I think all of us are hoping to have that thing over with, but it's going to probably continue on for a little bit longer. I want to congratulate most of the Whitman County voters because you've already voted, according to the auditor's office. If you still have a ballot, you want to deposit it in the Whitman County elections area, we have deposit spots here in Pullman, one at Dismore's IGA. There's two across from Paradise Creek Brewery right there on Paradise. And there's another one on the in front of the Chinook Student Center on the WSU campus. If you still would like to vote tomorrow, you can do it in the new City Hall Rec building. That's Building B at 190 Southeast Crestview. Auditor staff will be there, as well as on the second floor of the WSU Cub, and also at the Whitman County Elections Office in Colfax. So those are all the different locations that you can use.
Hey, Glenn.
Yes.
There's one at Dismore's also. They put in a new one at Dismore's.
I mentioned that.
Oh, sorry. I'm having some audio.
So
thank you.
The other thing is we want to mention too that if you want to see if your ballot made it in, you can do that by just going to votewa.gov. I've already done that myself, and it already shows that my November 3rd ballot's already in the auditor's office. You can do that. Probably if you're doing it tomorrow, it's probably going to be another day or so, but you can double check to make sure your ballot did make it. We'd also like to remind you that whatever you can do, shop local. Pullman Chamber of Commerce has a Pullman Needs You campaign. We're going to be doing that again. We want to make sure people do shop local, especially as you start heading towards the holiday season. We have a lot of businesses that some of them are teetering right now, and anything you can do to support a local business is really appreciated. So we want you to make sure you do that. You're also invited to the Reimagining Public Safety in Pullman Virtual Summit. That'll be on Monday, November 9th at 5:30. The Pullman Police Chief Gary Jenkins, WSU Police Chief Bill Gardner will provide information regarding policies, procedures, training, and initiatives. Just go to the Pullman website and you can get the connection right there. And we mentioned earlier that staff has moved to the new City Hall at Southeast Crestview. Out of abundance of caution, we still have the place locked down, but you can make appointments. We are doing that. The public work staff is meeting with people, and they have all the plans that are coming in, so we're still working through that. And also, please mask up. Do everything you can to make sure you do not spread COVID-19. I read today that a 13-year-old 8th grader in Missouri passed away from COVID-19, from the complications of that. It affects everyone. It affects all ages. And yes, we've had deaths here in Pullman, primarily in the upper age category in some of the long-term care facilities. So please do your best to separate. Don't touch your face. Wash your hands frequently. And again, wear a mask. Well, those are the announcements tonight. Tonight is a night when we're doing a budget workshop. And so we're going to have a number of our people who are supervisors from different departments. We're going to have also a couple of people, one from the Chamber of Commerce and one from the Airport Board, that'll also be appearing here tonight. And also Mike Urban's going to sort of work our way through all of this. And anytime you have some hard numbers, just go to Mike. So let's first off start with the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. And we got Tony Bean on the line. And Tony is the executive director of that. Again, the budget's set by the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport Board. It's separate from the City Council. We just report it in our system. So Tony, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. As Mayor Johnson spoke to the airport board, I guess we'll start off with, it's kind of the one-off. It's on page 112 and 113 of the budget book presentation that you have. And so I don't know that we really talk about the members of the board to the councils as much as probably we should. But the members of the airport board that approve the budget, it's required under the joint operating agreement by October 1 that the airport has a balanced budget that is approved by the board. But Mayor Johnson is on the board, Mayor Lambert from Moscow is on the board, Brian Hemingway represents the city of Pullman, John Kimberling, the city of Moscow, Stacy Pearson for the Washington State University, Dan Ewert for the University of Idaho, Ron Wachter is at large, so basically represents other entities in Washington State. And Paul Kimmel is Latah County's representative. The airport does not do the biennium. We work off one year at a time, and one of the reasons that we do that is I just don't have a crystal ball that's that good. We start, the airport's budget is with the city's budget, so it starts in January. I start the budgeting process in February because of everybody's different fiscal years. All the partners, their fiscal years are in different places, so it gets to be kind of challenging trying to figure out who you're talking to and what their fiscal year is and when their fiscal year 21 starts and 22 starts and that kind of thing. So we end up with if we tried to do a biennium, I'd probably be something like 30 months out. And I don't know that that would work very well, especially as dynamic as we are. On the revenue side, you'll see this year that the airport operating revenues are over $2 million. Typically, we're under $1 million. The reason for the operating revenues being as high as they are is the Air Service Development Grant is an operating grant. So it goes into operations. It's not a capital development. And we are managing that as a pass-through from the city of Pullman as the majority sponsor, signed on with the city of Moscow. But it's the board that actually will be managing and running that actual grant through with the city of Pullman's finance department. And then you see capital improvement revenues, $30 million is budgeted. That finalizes the realignment program, and it starts the runway or the terminal program. And so that's the major differences that you're going to see. If you look at page 113, salaries, we've got a bump in a salary range a little bit. That is to add a position for an accounting position for the airport board. And it's to help with a lot of the idiosyncrasies that are coming with the air service development grants, the fact that the airport is continuing to grow, and airports with the FAA requirements for grants, I guess the Department of Transportation for the Air Service Development Grant, that's different than the FAA that we're dealing with. And then you have all of the idiosyncrasies that go with the terminal. The airport is continuing to grow, and we need to be able to grow and have somebody really focus on a lot of those things. So we're breaking out a position to try to take some of the stress off of the finance department with the city of Pullman and start getting some specialization that's going to be needed into the future. The other item that you see where there's a large increase is other operating expenses, and that is the Air Service Development Grant and CARES funds. So as we are expending money, we are requesting CARES funding back for that, because if we can get the CARES funds back, one of the requirements under the joint operating agreement is the finance director for the city of Pullman is required to invest those funds. And we're going to need those funds for a terminal. So as we're accruing those funds back in as they're being returned through the FAA and through the CARES funding, we're trying to bankroll them as much as possible and keeping our belts tight on the operational side so we have those funds in place on time for what is going to be necessary when we get to the terminal program. But other than that, it's supplies. The increase in that is typically it's the additional requirements we have for COVID. So there's a lot of cleaning going on. There's a lot of contracting things that are happening with with the airport, just as they are with other departments and other municipality issues, both within the city of Pullman and the city of Moscow. And those things are happening on a pretty regular basis. And then capital expenditures, there are some pieces of equipment where we have eschewed and decided not to pursue them over a period of years, just because we operate very, very, very lean. And CARES funding has the ability to replace some of those pieces of equipment when we will be going through and replacing certain pieces of equipment that we need to do for that. With that, I'll take any specific questions that anyone has.
Al?
Hey, Tony, just kind of a side thing here. Can you, just for the heck of it, what was the estimated projected cost for the new terminal?
So the range for the terminal program is 30 to 50 million.
Okay, thank you.
And that's building, parking lot, apron, utilities.
You might mention, Tony, that some of that is FAA funded, some will be local. So anything that deals with the public, the FAA helps. Right.
So the public portions of a terminal, i.e. anything that a passenger can pretty much access, is eligible. The FAA has a cap on the eligibility for terminal buildings for non-hub airports, which we are one, and that's $20 million. We've been able to secure in our capital improvement program 15. We're still pursuing the other 5, and it's going to be done in 2 chunks of time. So we're looking at 20 million discretionary, $3 million of entitlement money. So there's 23 for the building. Then the ramp, the apron, is covered 100% by the FAA as far as eligibility is concerned. So there's no cap. So 91.88% of that, which is 5.5 million. So now we're at 28 and a half. Then we put the CARES money that we have, which we were allocated little over 18 million for CARES. We're expecting 10 to 15 million of that to be available to take up the difference. That pays for ineligible expense, i.e. office space, TSA space, anything that the parking lot, anything the airport derives revenue from, the FAA won't pay for. Art, they don't care if we paint the building pink or bright green or fuchsia or whatever, it's not their problem. So it pays for those kinds of things. And so it'll take care of concessionaires. If we've got a concessions kind of a thing that we put into the airport, into a new terminal, it'll take care of those things. So we're funded quite well if we can finalize and get the CARES funding in its entirety to the capital improvement. So that's why we're trying to pull down all of our operating expenses as we're expending it. We are applying for CARES to get 100% of that reimbursement, because it turns into cash on the backside that we're going to need for the terminal. And we're operating like we always do, which is extremely lean.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Yeah, Tony, hey, thank you. Well, first I'd say don't paint the anything fuchsia.
I don't get to choose any of that.
So I know in the last couple of years, we've received a lot of really good news on grants, and which has been fantastic. And it feels like every time the mayor sends us information, it's usually good news. I know you said you don't have a crystal ball, but are there any kind of grants or things that we're going for that you feel really good about that could help, notwithstanding there being a cap on certain things?
The FAA's grant program is very solid, and the FAA, once you start a capital improvement program 5 years out, by the time you get to where you're 2 years out, they want that nailed down. You better be ready to put up the match, to have your things in place, because they've programmed, and everybody's the center of their own world. But when the FAA is looking at the Northwest region, they're looking at a whole bunch of projects, and they've got money. Their job as a granting agency is to spend that money. Congress has appropriated it. It will be expended. And if we're not ready to take a grant, and it happens where projects fall out or something like that, it's never happened with Pullman and Moscow. Both Pullman and Moscow are extremely solid sponsors with the FAA, and they trust that when we put something on a CIP that we follow through. It's been one of the strengths of doing the runway, is we've been able to demonstrate that. And then the CARES funding has already been allocated. Of course, we were truncated in the first piece. We ended up with 8.644. to start with, I believe is the number. And then the question was, could you expend more than your 4 years of operating? You have a 4-year period of performance on the grant. And with the terminal, we absolutely can do that. I know that Mayor Johnson, as the chair of the airport board, we've already sent our request for those funds into FAA headquarters to get them released in a timely fashion when we need them for the terminal. But there are other grants out there. We apply for state grants every year. This year, we were turned down for a WashDOT grant just simply because their grant comes from aviation activity, and aviation activity is down across the board. And so this is the first year that we did not receive a WashDOT grant. And we also apply for ITD aeronautics funds from the Idaho side. But there are different things where we can apply for certain pieces.
All right. That's all the questions I have. And Tony, I appreciate your passion for what you do. And I think that's pretty evident. So thank you.
Dan.
Tony, I was just, you've mentioned the CARES Act dollars a couple of times, and I was wondering if you could just explain for viewers what these CARES Act dollars are, as opposed to kind of the CARES Act dollars we've been talking about at city council meetings recently.
Sure. So CARES Act dollars for municipalities, my understanding, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but they are specified towards specific pots of money. So everybody, well, you didn't spend that money on this, how come? Well, it's because you can't in a lot of cases. They have very specific restrictions where municipalities are concerned. Where the airport is concerned, they are considered airport revenue. So it falls under the FAA's airport revenue use policy, meaning it cannot leave the airport. But we can use it at the airport for anything we would normally use airport revenues for. So it's a different set of rules where Congress set it up for airports is a different set of rules than they set it up for a lot of other things where we're not working through some of the restrictions. I know that the city's having to work through on a creative basis on, okay, well, what qualifies under what set of bucket of money and how do you use that? And it's hard for people to understand. So I very much appreciate the question, but for us, it's airport revenue use.
Yeah, just to tag on to Tony, he's absolutely right. What restricts the city is the line in there that says we cannot use it for revenue replacement, where the CARES Act dollars that are going to Tony is specifically revenue, and that just opens up a whole lot more opportunities.
And Mike, you might even mention that there's even different definitions for, we have CARES money from WashDOT for our transit, and they have different guidelines as well.
Yeah, if you thought I was jealous of the transit dollars, I'm really jealous of the airport dollars.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of different rules on it. So thank you for that question. I know we have a number of different budgets to get through tonight. Nathan, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tony. And I was wondering, I know in the past we've used some or applied for some Blue Ribbon Advisory Task Committee, BRATC 0.09 funding. Is
Yes.
that something that you are looking at or considering for the future?
I think we could certainly consider it. We've been awarded twice for the runway. It comes down to the economic vitality and what the decision would be made by the task force on whether they saw the terminal as a competitive, viable candidacy, depending on what else gets put in. But we would certainly pursue it.
Yeah, I sit on the board and I know we've had a few, so I just wanted to check. Okay, thank you.
Okay, with no other questions, we're going to move on to the next budget to take a look at tonight, the Civic Improvement Fund, pages 86 through 89. We have Marie Domkowski, the Executive Director of the Pullman Chamber of Commerce, online. And Mike, I don't know if you want to set this up in terms of the how the money comes in for the lodging tax, but we have Pat Wright that serves on that committee as well. So.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And as you referred to, we'll be looking at pages 86 through 89. So the Civic Improvement Fund is a standalone fund. It lives outside of the general fund budget. So all the revenues derived from the lodging tax is used to promote tourism in the area. And what the city of Pullman does is we've contracted with the Pullman Chamber of Commerce to perform those services on our behalf, as opposed to having our own city staff do that. So this 120 fund, you'll hear it referred to as the 120 fund, the 120 Civic Improvement Fund, or the Tourism Fund. They're all interchangeable. And going into this budget, it's been a little bit of a struggle with, tourism down and all these hotel motel stays that were usually happening, especially this time of year, just not. And when we looked at revenue projections going out, where we've been in the past, well over $350,000, it's just tapered back a little bit because there's not the activity. So with the taper back of the revenues, I reached out to our partner and said, we're looking to present council with a balanced budget. So from the revenue side, these are the projections, the 109,000, I'm sorry, the actual projections are on page 89, just above the totals there, where it says other fund revenues. So you'll see that the 2021 budget is 112,600. Therefore, the 109,000 that the chamber is proposing falls in that amount. And then the 2022 budget, we expect to see some games back and some more folks coming back to Pullman. That's 181,200. And as such, the chamber has proposed $180,000 expenditure budget against it. So that covers the revenues. I'm going to tag out and let Marie take you through the expenses. And I'm still on, of course, for questions.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor Johnson and Council for inviting the chamber to present this evening. I'm going to share my screen here, if I can. Does everybody see that screen okay?
Yeah.
Okay. If I could just take 1 second, I appreciated Tony's presentation this evening. Tony Bean has been such a great asset to the city of Pullman. And I've had the pleasure of working with him, not only through the chamber, but through the tourism dollars. Our past tourism director, Brittany Kristen, worked with him quite a bit, and it's been just a pleasure to see the growth of that. And we look forward to promoting the increased flights brought into Pullman here in the future. Thank you again, Mayor and Council, for inviting us to be here. I think what I want to do is summarize by talking about the long history of the work with the city of Pullman and our year of 2020 during the pandemic and the upcoming 2 years of tourism promotion in Pullman. Oops, did I go too far? I did. The Chamber of Commerce and the City of Pullman have had almost 4 decades long relationship promoting tourism, utilizing these revenues. I found a contract dating back to 1982. I had no idea it was quite that long, so that's a pretty long-standing relationship. I've been at the Chamber since 2007, and I've had the pleasure of working with 5 different tourism directors over the years, and each bringing with them their own experience and their own marketing ideas. I've witnessed the tourism department here grow under the guidance of the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, as well as the members of the chamber staff and our amazing board of directors who help guide us. In 2011, many of you might remember when the state of Washington closed the state tourism office. We found ourselves, like all other communities and regions in the state, promoting ourselves with no help from the state, and that's still true today. I believe we are the only state in the region or in the nation that doesn't have its own state tourism department. At that time, we expanded our tourism department to include a director of tourism position as well as a special events coordinator, to increase both our promotions and our local events. Since then, we've been very active with a state nonprofit membership-based organization titled Washington Tourism Alliance, where we work to promote all of Washington and each other, the west side versus the east side, if you will, and all our unique areas. The role of the Alliance is to eventually advocate for a reestablishment of a statewide tourism effort. We've also seen a huge growth in our community. Of course, we all know this is not new news, with Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories, and also great success with WSU events, including the recent very exciting football seasons that have brought in many visitors, not only during the football season, but then they return to visit to experience Pullman other times of the year. When you think of Pullman and WSU, I think you have to then naturally think about the National Lentil Festival. Each year, community members, including our student population, faculty and staff, and many visitors gather to share our homage to agriculture, higher education, and community. We've often thought about moving this festival to a different weekend, but so many people rely on this being the kickoff to the next school year, and it's consequently found a place in our history. The pride of the festival can really be seen if you just visit Rainey Park or get up on Saturday morning and watch the parade. Everyone is there. It's really just become a really important event. Our team here at the Chamber has done a tremendous job in outreach during that Lentil Festival, including in 2016 when we had the international press with the Year of the Pulse. That was pretty exciting for all of us here. The Lentil Festival, hot off the press, just received notification that our 2019 festival, obviously we didn't get to have one for 2020, swept the awards, getting first in sponsorships, radio advertising, promotional poster design, PR media campaign, and super exciting, the best in show for overall PR program. The Lentil Festival is in a category competing with events like the Issaquah Salmon Days and the Fremont Fair. I think you would all join with me in being incredibly proud of that community event and how we stack up with other events across the state. The 4th of July, of course, is somewhat of a family reunion, with many families coming home for the holiday and celebrating with new and old friends. The celebration hasn't changed much in its format. Everyone expects it to be exactly the same with no surprises. This one event really draws a lot of visitors from Idaho and the region. There we go. This graph shows the number of visitor packets that we mail out through our requests. We've not always done a great job of tracking these over the years. It was difficult to do tally marks on Post-it notes maybe years ago. And only recently we've had the ability to use analytics to the advantage of tracking. These numbers also don't reflect the visitor and relocation packets that are assembled for SEL and WSU recruitment. Oftentimes they request boxes of our materials, the activities guides, maps, etc. And then they put them together themselves. So many WSU departments will pick them up and use them to aid faculty and staff recruitment, and then add our information to their own. We currently print and distribute over 9,000 activity guides and 21,000 Pullman on one side and WSU on the other city maps each year. We rarely make it through the year with just a few handfuls in our hand. So it's, and of course you all know that the city of Pullman changes. By the time we've printed the map, it's almost obsolete because there's a new street named in town somewhere. Our successful tourism promotion on photographing the Palouse showed up when we found the need to discontinue the photo map. The map was printed with all of Whitman County and the Palouse Scenic Byway, and it had areas of hotspots and photo opportunities on it. We had to redo it and take away some of those hotspots because they were maybe on private property, and we found that the photographers that were maybe novice didn't realize that they were trespassing on private property. So it created some problems, and we thought it was a great problem to have. So we did redo the map and took some of those hotspot private property icons off the map. The Scenic Byway, the Palouse Scenic Byway was funded originally, and I don't remember the year, 2003 maybe, from a federal campaign, and we were fortunate to have Pullman the hub of the byway. Generally, byways are a loop road or maybe a through road, but because of our landscape and topography, our byway uses Pullman as the hub to 208 miles of scenic roadways, utilizing each of the surrounding communities' natural and historic resources. With the success of the byway and the photography campaign came the Facebook page Picture Perfect Palouse. You'll see here that over 4,000 people follow this page, and we've had almost daily submissions from photographers from all over the world who have visited Pullman for the unique landscape. Our fans are really from all over the world, and there's just a small list of some of those countries there. The Pullman Chamber and Visitor Center has several social media platforms that include Visit Pullman and the National Lentil Festival on Instagram and Facebook, along with separate pages for Music on Main, Pedal the Palouse. We also have a Pinterest page that have several Pinterest boards of retail businesses, restaurants, WSU Cougars, of course, and photographs of the Palouse. So we are on all social media platforms. This slide talking about this year, it's not any new news. It's been difficult for everyone. I've been watching city council meetings, hearing about the lower sales tax revenues, lodging tax revenues. It's really been no different from the chamber as well. Our only fundraiser, Cabaret, many of you know about Cabaret, was originally scheduled for March 28th, and of course we had to cancel it. And as a nonprofit membership organization, we needed to make drastic cuts just like everyone else to our budget, and including the tourism department. After early discussions with Adam Lincoln and Mike Urban, we agreed to cut all events and cut back any unnecessary expenditures and cancel any contracts that were not already binding. We usually sign contracts sometimes by the end of the year prior. So we were in some contracts that were a little more flexible, some that we were able to change the messaging, and some we were not able to get out of it all. You can see here we've done a good job, and we were quick to respond to the expected shortfall on lodging receipts. And so what we have done to decrease expenses, not only for the chamber, but for the tourism department specifically, which is what we're talking about here. All staff went on shared work unemployment for almost 12 weeks. This during a time when we were all hands on deck trying to get out resources and information to our membership and our community. The staff were working from home, and they were also working on a rotating schedule here in the office, as we could only have one person here at a time. Postage and brochures were limited because of the pandemic itself, so we were able to save there, canceling contracts with advertisers, or change our messaging, like I mentioned, to include Visit Pullman, We'll Be Waiting campaign. We were able to hold a community fireworks show and covered most of the expenses with community support and donations. Thank you to Mayor Johnson as the committee chair for the work that he did on that. And also a huge thank you to the Steve Mader family for allowing us his land to enable to shoot off the fireworks from his property. The Lentil Festival, much to a lot of our disappointment, but we weren't able to hold it as a festival, but we were able to hold a virtual 5K event, and we had all the proceeds went to Pullman Parks and Rec. We continued to promote our cook-off by holding it virtually with engagement from people all around the nation. we weren't able to grab the analytics tonight or today to see where everybody was watching from live. But of the 5 cook-off finalists, all of them were from out of Washington State. And a piece of information about the cook-off. We learned this a few years ago when we saw that some of the cook-off finalists knew each other. And we were like, how do you guys know each other? You're from Pennsylvania and you're from Texas. Well, it turns out that the National Lentil Festival cook-off is a qualifier cook-off for even larger cook-offs, much like if you think Boston Marathon and you have to qualify in smaller runs to go to be qualified for Boston Marathon. The National Lentil Festival cook-off is a qualifier. So that was pretty fun to find out a few years ago. So people know about this cook-off all across the nation. A couple of our smaller events, Music on Main was moved originally from High Street, where it had been the last couple of years, to Pine Street to help us with that physical distancing early on. It was really showing some good traction and good attendance. Until then, the governor's mandate closed all outdoor music events, and we weren't able to continue having that event. And while the Palouse Summer Series, which we are also fond of, was able to hold a few games, all of the other grants were put on hold while events were being canceled. And so there were no payouts in any of those or no reimbursements for any of those. Again, on your pages 86 and 89 through 89, this is our budget description, if you will. After a discussion with Mike, as he mentioned, finance director, he asked us to create a budget using the operations of the tourism and promotions only and not include events going into 2021 and even keeping them out for 2022, and just using the operations, if you will. So the highlighted yellow are all the events or the insurance around the events. And we've left those out of the bottom number. If we're able to use, if we're able to do events in 21 or 22, there will be a request through the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee to use reserve funding for those. The bottom line is, like Mike said, you'll see that the 2021 budget is less than a third of what the 2020 budget was scheduled for, based on those projected lodging tax revenues for what we believe they'll be for next year. So if we are able to have events, we will rely even more heavily on chamber staff and volunteers to carry them out. I would be willing to bet that going into 2021, people are going to really want to see some of those events come back. And I don't find it hard to believe that people will come out to help put those events back on. We can continue to cut postage by utilizing more digital packets. We've been trying to go that direction, but we also know that many people still really want print. That especially our older demographics that aren't accustomed to digital only yet. There's something about having a paper map in hand as well. But we will cut our postage as much as we can by guiding people to the digital brochures and activities guides. Our general promotions will still need print, radio, and social media to reach all those demographics, but we can pare down on the print advertising and the brochures and do updates here in the office. The Palouse Scenic Byway, which is really an important tool in our tourism to Pullman, had a big website revamp this year that was already scheduled in the budget with updated videos. And we really should be able to maintain that website through the year with little expense going forward. The Pullman Chamber owns our building, which is utilized as the city's visitor center, and we will be able to maintain operations here in this space with our current products, resources, and services. So no expected increase there at all. Sorry, a little technical The the Visit Pullman campaign, try saying that 3 times. It began shortly after the pandemic. As Councilmember Sorensen has talked about, we've used the term Visit the Palouse, using our region as a draw, especially when COVID hit. It seemed more important at that time to really talk about how Pullman was coming together and, come to visit us in town, and we would be waiting for you. That campaign started shortly after the pandemic and the governor's shutdowns were announced. Even as in its early stages, really only a few months that we're into this, we're getting great engagement on Instagram, especially because we're able to use that visual content. We did hear from the council that a separate website from the Pullman Chamber was needed. So the Visit Pullman is now being in the final stages of completion. Ireland has been working on that for a couple of months now, and she should have it ready to launch in the next couple of weeks. It will feature Pullman activities, events, restaurants. It'll have hotel information. We hope to be able to book your hotel stay right when you're on that page. It'll be very mobile friendly as well, as we know that that's the direction our demographics are moving. Back in the earlier days of our contract with the city, and even up until just a few years ago, website development and maintenance was very expensive and not conducive to the budget that we had at hand, using the lodging tax funds. So the chamber used its own website to help promote tourism and events, until we were able then to create a Palouse Scenic Byway website, and then later a National Lentil Festival website. Obviously today websites are easier and cheaper to build and easier and cheaper to maintain in-house. So our summary of ideas to consider moving forward: we are open to having conversations around moving forward and how we can do that. One of the things that we've talked about in-house is to build a committee that is made up of some potential tourism director, City of Pullman economic development manager, a representative from the Pullman Town Gown, WSU marketing, Pullman 2040. You can see all those there, the LTAC lead, SEL. We have a committee similar to that called the Palouse Marketing Committee, but it's more regional. I think we can put together a group that is really more Pullman's focused. I've already talked a little bit to Gene Weiler in the Office of the President at WSU about how can we get some of those conferences back to Pullman, where they used to be a long time ago and haven't been for many years. How can we start bringing that back here to Pullman where they belong? And so I think we can start having some really great conversations around that. Finally, our community really is the foundation of tourism. Our land grant university, our largest private employer, Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories, and our natural and very unique physical resources, the rolling hills, the ever-changing landscape, and the fields that feed the world. This is a super unique place, and this is why people want to come here, for those things. We must continue to work together to get through this pandemic and to learn to live and work within our new normal and figure out how to do it together. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I would entertain any comments or questions.
Okay, Nathan?
Yeah, Marie, I just wanted to say that was an excellent presentation. I really liked what you said, the fields that feed the world. Is that what that's really impressive. I actually just visited the Visit Pullman Instagram and was really, really impressed with the biking, the birding, all of that. It encompasses what I feel that the chamber brings, which is not only the Pullman focus, which it definitely looks like you have fundamentally pivoted in that way, but also encompassing the idea of the overall region, which is also very important. I was wondering real quick, the pathways, the scenic byway. Now, I know we have a certain amount of funding going to that. Are there other communities along the byway that are also involved in that funding?
That's a great question, Nathan. I've been here since 2007, and I do remember as I started at the chamber, I was the office manager, and I remember invoicing some of the other communities for help in the marketing of the Palouse Scenic Byway. And most of the small communities just did not have the resources for that. And I don't remember when. Glenn or Pat, maybe you can help. It was maybe 2009 or 10. It wasn't very long after I'd been here that there must have been a conversation somewhere along the line that the Lodging Tax Committee offered to fund the Scenic Byway because the other communities were not able to do so. Now, some of the funding came from a federal grant, the Scenic Byway federal grant. I remember Mitch was on that, Mitch Chandler, Bill London over in Moscow. There were a lot of people on that helping with the signage and those kind of things. But as far as I know, there has been no income from any of the other small communities.
Okay, I would just point out real quick, I know pandemic time is not the right time to ask for it, but revisiting those other communities to see if there's a possibility in the future. So thank you so much, Marie.
Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate your kind words.
Ann Parks.
Thank you, Mayor. Marie, I just want to thank you so much for this really comprehensive report to really show us what a really integral partner to the city the Chamber of Commerce is. And if we didn't have that partnership, who would do that work for tourism, for promoting our community? And I really support everything that you do and your partnership with us. And I really think that we need to continue our partnership. And if it needs to be discussed, I think a work group would be appropriate. But just what you've talked about, everything that you've helped with the chamber over the years, and the way you've helped, the chamber has helped grow our events and continue to promote Pullman. I just really appreciate your work, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate those kind words.
Okay, Eileen.
Yeah, looping back to the Palouse Scenic Byway, we're looking at $7,500 this year, and nearly $8,000 is the ask for next year. And your report referred to a committee. Who is this Scenic Byway committee? Is there a committee? Is there?
Yeah. And Eileen, I apologize because I don't know as much about it. It's really been the tourism director that's been the direct. In fact, Brittany's been the co-chair of that committee. So I believe you'll have on there the Whitman County Parks representative, a representative from all the communities along the Scenic Byway.
I know Colfax Chamber was on it. And I think a representative from Palouse was there.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a representative from all the communities. It's not super active because of the smaller towns just don't have enough people to move anything forward. Most of the work has been done in this office. The website maintenance, everything has happened out of this office with input from the committee.
So what exactly is the money used for? That's a lot of money for website maintenance.
Well, video this year was a lot of video updates. So each of the, have you visited the Scenic Byway website? It's beautiful. And each community along the byway has its own little synopsis of its community and what's going on there and the resources and all that. An updated video. Brochures, maps are all come out of that. So there's a Scenic Byway map that is paid for out of those funds. There's a
The signage.
and printed ads.
Yeah.
The obvious that I didn't even think of. Pat was thinking of it, weren't you? Print ads. So we do a lot of advertising in things like AAA magazine would be one that is a great place to do scenic byways.
But we pay, but at the present time, we pay for it all. And
yeah.
I should have looked back. Is this a typical figure here at $7,500, or has that?
No, I think that's dropped from 18,000.
So we're looking at $150,000 to $200,000 over the last 20 years because this thing came into being in 2001. Boy, that's a lot of money.
Oh, I don't think the budget was that amount back then. I can't tell you how much it was back then. I don't have that history. And that was the will of the council years before I came here. So I'm sorry, I don't have all that history. Pat might be.
I don't really have that history either, but I would be willing to bet that an enormous expenditure went to the manufacture and placement of all of the Palouse Scenic Byway signs that you see all over the county. That had to be a huge expense. And I'm guessing that there's also some costs involved with the upkeep of those signs, because they are very color vibrant and they really do catch your eye. So I don't know that for sure. I'm just speculating, but I'm guessing that that's where a good portion of expenses are as well.
I'm happy to do a little research on that if you want. I really don't have that much background in the Scenic Byway history.
Well, and Mitch Chandler was very instrumental in kind of getting that off the ground and moving it along. So he would be a good resource there. And I actually saw him today, and had I known we were going to be, spending this amount of time discussing it, I would have kind of chatted with him a little bit about it. But I know that is and has been a project that's near and dear to his heart. And I also think, and Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was some 0.09 money were allocated as well.
Yeah, I believe so, a few years ago, and it's a really good benefit. I mean, it's a really good use of the 0.09 as well. Yeah, thank you, Pat.
You're welcome. So there would be some indirect contribution there from the smaller communities just by virtue of that county-wide fund. So.
Yeah, Elaine, you had your hand up again. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks to me like as the website capabilities change and improve, that we'll have some better separation between what is tourism and what is chamber, because some of this report in front of me looks a little murky when it says tourism manager co-manages 3 separate websites, pullmanchamber.com/com, that has materials about chamber membership. So they're all kind of a mishmash together. I think our responsibility to the fund, to the LTAC fund, is to have further clarity here on these. And as these websites develop, I'm hoping we can get some clarity and some better breakout on this, because our problems are not going away anytime soon, and we need to be able to really focus in and get clarity on who's paying for what. It's a sad sign of our times.
Okay. Go back to Ann, and then again, got more budgets to cover tonight. So, okay, Ann.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Eileen, I take your point, but we have to remember that Pullman is the largest municipality, the largest city in this county, and it is the largest draw. And I think that with Pullman taking the lead on the scenic byway, it actually helps people, go to Colfax and stop in Roselia for something to eat. I do agree that we could ask our smaller communities to try to contribute to it, but
I didn't say that. I didn't say ask them for money.
No, but I think that is not a bad idea. But I do think that as the largest, entity in the area, we have the ability and the power to, there are no motels in Roselia or Lamont, so we do collect the money. And I think the Scenic Byway is actually a really good way to get people out into the county using those dollars. So I don't have a problem with our bearing the larger load for that right now, if it brings people to the Eastern Washington in general.
We're actually seeing finally Colfax, before COVID, obviously, Colfax had some hotel activity, so they actually had some LTAC money, and that hadn't been as much over the years. So they finally got some LTAC money themselves. So they've been able to use that for their Colfax Chamber of Commerce. So.
Yeah, just
okay, Brandon.
Yeah, it's less of a comment, I guess, more or less of a question, more of a comment. And Eileen, I don't want to speak for you. What I think I heard you say had less to do with the value of the Scenic Byway, which I do understand that. I mean, I loved doing the Blue Ridge Parkway when I was out east, but the ability to delineate between what is a chamber portion of the obligations, the work, and then what is the part coming from the tourism. I think that is a fair point, that being able to ascertain what's what, I think is it really is our obligation under this, because that's the money that doesn't come from businesses, it comes from taxpayers. So I think that's the part that's what I heard anyway, and you can clarify that if not.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
All right. With that, Pat.
Well, I see Al put his hand up. Let him go first.
Okay, Al.
I have a couple of quick questions. Marie, you said that in the last couple of months here, you heard loud and clear from the council that we wanted to do more promotion and that type of thing. Would you expand a little bit on what the project is that you're working on?
The Visit Pullman project, if you will, if you call it a project. What we heard from the council was that you wanted to see more promotion of Pullman specifically. So Ireland has been working on a separate website from the chamber, which is all about Pullman. So it will list all businesses, whether they're a chamber member or not, in retail, restaurants, hotels, etc. It will be a much more destination Pullman website, if you will. Frankly, we still need to use the natural resources that we have and the attractions that we have here, Pullman or WSU being one of those, to bring people in. But that will be where we guide people to utilize the list of businesses and attractions rather than the chamber. We all recognize it's been difficult to distinguish between a chamber member and a non-chamber member when they're all listed on a website together. So we're going to try to do a better job of delineating between the two, as Brandon just mentioned. Did that answer your question?
A little bit. So, I believe the value of the dollars for the tourism and all that is to promote all businesses in Pullman, whether they're chamber members or not. And so I want to make sure that's happening. Did you happen to see the PowerPoint presentation that was distributed to all the council members a couple of months ago?
I did.
Was that, did that help with your decision to start? Is that where you decided that you got the information that the council wanted to do something different, or was that instrumental or help you in your new design of a new website?
I would say that there were pieces of that presentation that were helpful, but Al, I want to go back to Councilmember Sorensen. I'd like to go back just a tad. Tourism promotion dollars cannot be used for business promotion. So when we talk about a website that is Visit Pullman and we list the businesses, whether they're members or not, listing the businesses is one thing. On the Pullman Chamber page, that is a membership website, and we're not using tourism dollars to list the chamber members on our website. So there's a definite and definitive difference between promoting tourism and businesses.
Mike, can you jump in there for a second? Can you explain that a little better for me?
With respect to tourism promotion versus promoting chamber members through a different revenue stream?
Or businesses in Pullman in general?
Yeah, if there's going to be tourism promotion, and part of the tourism is come to our downtown and see all the great everything, and there's going to be businesses listed, we certainly need to list everybody chamber member or otherwise.
So we can, I mean, I guess I'm having a hard time with what we can and can't use the money on, and part of the problem that I've seen is well, you've seen the presentation. Every council member received that presentation, that PowerPoint, and when you compare us to other communities, and Marie, if this is, you know, not a tourism site at other communities, it really is not as up to snuff as it should be. I think that some of the information put out there is lacking, and I don't know, you know, our contract with the chamber for this tourism money that we're talking about on the budget tonight has a lot to do with, you know, the chamber's ability and professional staff to take care of things. And I don't know if you have the expertise for people to be able to do that. I mean, it's great that people get promoted here and there and work on projects, but it comes down to it that we need to have, you know, stuff that really looks good. We need to do things that draw people in for the tourism and promote things and have all of that kind of thing set up. And I'm curious to know what the background is for people. And, you know, we're paying for a tourism person, and I know that we're not going to do the event coordinator, but, you know, this money is used to help produce this stuff. And I want to make sure that it is professional grade, let's just say.
Well, if I could just jump in here, $40,000 is not a salary that is going to recruit a top shelf marketer. I don't care what you call it. You're not going to find somebody that's willing to, in a lot of cases, relocate, come to a position like this, and do what you're asking them to do for $40,000. Correct me, any business people that are out there, if I'm wrong, but I suspect that you're not going to find somebody like that. And if we do, it would be very lucky. And I don't know that we have the ability to cash in on that luck.
And there are other chambers too that have economic development as part of their mission because they're funded that way. This isn't. We have SWEDA that does economic development, and this is a chamber and it does different. So Ellensburg, for example, is the example.
Absolutely. I was going to add that the Kittitas Chamber of Commerce actually has 13 separate contracts. And one of those is their ADO, which is SWEDA here. So they are able to do the work, I think, Al, that you're talking about. I think our budget, as Pat mentioned, is not conducive to that sort of work. I'm very proud of the work that this staff has done in the past. And I know it doesn't appeal to everyone, but I'm very proud of the work that's been done in the last several years. I mentioned I've worked with 5 different tourism directors. I think each one has brought an area of expertise. They've brought ideas and different ways of marketing and looking at things. Each one of them has brought something new and has grown this tourism department. I'm very proud of them, and I'm not going to back away from that. Our interim tourism director, yes, this is her first job as the events coordinator out of college. She does have a marketing major. She's young and inexperienced, but as Pat mentioned, $40,000 is not going to bring people from somewhere else to relocate, nor keep them here very long. We, out of the 5 directors that have been here, many of them leave for jobs elsewhere because we just, especially the events coordinator, because we just cannot afford to pay any more than we have. I think we've done an incredible job. Is there room to grow? Yes. Is there room to sit down and talk about some options and some other ideas? Absolutely. And I'm very proud of what we've done here.
Okay. Dan, we'll go to you. And again, budget left to go. Okay, Dan?
Yeah, I think, this discussion, I think, Marie, your point about there's room for improvement. I think your idea of the committee in gathering folks to kind of talk about these issues, Ann's idea to get a working group together, but the kind of plans you have for the Visit Pullman website, those sound like great additions to address some of those issues. And I'm really excited to see that come to fruition and being able to work with the chamber on fine-tuning some of those points and gathering actual feedback on what is working and what is not working so that we can move that project forward and continue that beneficial relationship. So thank you.
Okay. With that, Pat, I saw your hand again.
I just have actually 2 comments. One is to go back to where we were talking a little bit about the muddying of the responsibilities between chamber and tourism. And I think unless and until we are 2 completely separate operations, that's never going to be able to be achieved. Where you have a co-located operation, there's going to be crossover. And I don't know how you keep that from happening. And just as much of what we pay a certain amount for assistance on the chamber side to help the tourism side, but you also have to remember that oftentimes the chamber jumps in and does work and support the tourism side. So there's always going to be that crossover. And again, as I say, unless you have 2 completely separate operations that are not co-located, you're never going to find that complete line of separation. And I know how Al has his hand up, but I was hoping to be able to wrap this up by thanking Marie for the great job that she did putting all of this together. The history, the amount of detail that went into this report is just phenomenal, Marie. And it really hopefully gives everyone a clearer picture, including our community viewers tonight, of just exactly what we've been able to do in tourism and, the support and the great relationship that the city has had with the chamber to continue to provide these services. So thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you, Pat. I need to thank my staff for all the help that they put into that.
Okay. With that, let's move on to the.
Wait.
No.
Okay. Al?
Eileen can go first. She's had her hand up before me.
Okay.
Well, as I was going through I'm going to try and be quick here. As we were going through the budget, I was going through this budget document, the big green book, as I'm calling it. What I'm really looking for is the word recovery. I really want to see whatever jumps out or whatever your plans are at the Chamber and the Tourism Department. I really want to see the focus on recovery, not just, well, we're doing this like we did it last year, the year before, or the year before. We want to go back to the Lentil Festival. We want to go back to this. I want to see about recovery. And that's really something that I'm going to be a pain in the neck about it. I'm going to want to see, this is how we're going to recover from this, that the tourism dollars are going for recovery. I really want to see that.
Mike.
Mayor, you're muted.
Oh, I saw your hand up, Mike, and then I know we'll go to Al. So you had something you wanted to add to that?
I'll defer to council, but at the end of this, I think I could put a little bow on this and make one of the worst transitions from one department to the next when council discussion is complete.
Okay, we'll go to Al and try and wrap it up. Al?
Yeah, so I understand we have a lot of other budgets to get through, but we're going to take our time as we need to for everything, in my opinion. I think Pat brings up a good point in that, you know, there is going to be a muddying of the waters until anything would be different. And maybe that's something we need to think about. Maybe we need to think about a separation. Just throw that out there. The idea here for me is tourism is to bring people in here, but it's then about them spending their money and doing things in town and helping the businesses that are here. It's all tied together. And, you know, economic development, all those types of things are all tied together. And the idea and the thought that I have behind all this is that Pullman Chamber, all of that needs to step up, because I do believe, I'm not saying your people don't work hard, Marie, but when you compare the look of things and the ability to do things from the website and stuff, we've been behind a little bit. And that's why I'm saying we need to have the professional people in, and we can spend some money to do that. And that's what we need to do. And I agree wholeheartedly with Eileen that this is about recovery and moving forward. And we need to step up our game as much as possible for all of that, no matter what it be, whether it's tourism or business promotion or, you know, business recruitment or whatever it is. I'm just saying that we need to really think about this as a council and really help our businesses in this town, just like we did with the CARES grant money that this council did an excellent thing with. We need to keep moving forward and doing other things.
Okay. Anyone else with that? Well, let's find that bow that Mike Urban wants to wrap up here. Okay. Mike? And transition.
Yeah, and if this develops another thought or some more discussion, certainly, but one of the things I wanted to talk about, and then it touches right on what Councilmember McCall was talking about, is the recovery. And before I get, you know, pinned with the moniker of the guy that canceled Christmas and the 4th of July, on page 88, if you look at the bottom section there, these are the items that as recovery starts to happen, as we're allowed to gather again, as we get past some of these pandemic items, then these things will start happening again. And the hope and the thought is that as we start to do some of these and promote some of these, we will start to see the hotel motel tax roll in to be able to afford these without having to dip into reserves. We may need to touch on some of those if the council so approves as seed money to get started. But, you know, my hope among hopes is that we can start coming together again as a community on all of these events, and then use the lodging tax money that comes in behind this along with this to subsidize this, so we're square by the end of the year. And if the thought is as well, you know, we have to use some reserves, and that's something I'll certainly help the council through. But just wanted to let you know that this is all dependent as soon as we can reopen and come back to the normal. That's why these things were backed off. It was more of a strategy than it was that we're not doing this anymore. So I just wanted to be absolutely clear on that.
Okay. Well, with that, let's move on to the other budgets now. And Marie, thank you for appearing here. And Tony Bean, thank you again too as well. We appreciate that. Okay, we now move to the administration page, starting at page 39. So, Mike Urban.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So we're going to start on page 39 when we're talking about the administrative services and finance, because this is really the org chart of how this flows as far as from the residents to the mayor and council at the elected position. The city administrator is part of this, city attorney, admin and finance, which I'm the director for, which I oversee accounting, the city clerk, HR, and then we have we have this special little piece of IT, and we're going to come back to that in a second. But everything else up to that point, when you guys are looking on page 33 and 35 at that little green sliver that says administration, that's where all of this lives. Now, IT is special because it comes under my purview as a manager, certainly, but it's an interfund related deal. We treat it as a service fund to all the other funds. So I pay for IT out of my budget. IT gets paid for out of fire. So the interfunds budget is made up solely of their customers, which is all City of Pullman deal. So it's part of my purview. So we're going to be presenting it tonight in here. But when you're looking at the green sliver, that's the little piece that lives on the outside. It made more sense to present it tonight as part of my purview. So I just wanted to touch on that and make sure that everybody watching at home can see where this all flows to. So the first section that we're really going to touch on is the legislative section, and this is pages 40 and 41. And that first group is City Council and all of the committees and boards and commissions that report back to this group. So as you look at what the City Council is charged with for setting the policy direction, and then taking action and adopting goals, as well as the budget purview, which we're doing a piece of that tonight, and we've done some pieces, and we're going to do some more. And getting a chance to get in front of you and discuss all the things that are going on in each of the departments, so we can make you as informed as you can to make decisions on the mayor's proposed budget. So typically, the budget calendar, which was adopted in July, goes through all the different pieces here. We got the first meeting tonight with the departments, and whoever wasn't on tonight is going to be on next week, so we'll be able to do more of that. And then on the 17th, we're looking for a robust discussion from council on where we go next with this budget, and certainly set the property tax levies. So this functional group you can see on the bottom of page 41, it's the 7 elected officials. You certainly have a lot of folks reporting to you and bringing you information to make decisions. Planning Commission, every board and commission is a function of the legislative department. So that's where this all exists. So when you look at the overall, how do we measure and what are the important parts and the purview and the goals, is what are the goals of the council? How does that affect policy? And then how does that affect budget? So it's up to the rest of us to deliver that all the way down through the line. Just want to talk about the dollars part of it for a second as well. So if you look at the salaries, benefits, those items are, it's been the same salary since 2018 for this group. The benefits only change when the associated payroll taxes change. So those continue to get adjusted for different changes in those, whether it's L&I or what else. The supplies have decreased due to reviewing the actual expenditures and doing the Surface tablets. We aren't having to use the printed paper as much. We're not expending those costs. So we've looked at the workflow, and the supplies line can go down since we're delivering most of that stuff electronically now. Minor and capital equipment in this budget are 0 at this point. There hasn't been a need for a lot of minor equipment. We were able to upgrade the chairs for council when you move into new city hall with some of the bond dollars. And because those things, I was worried we might start getting L&I claims for chiropractors. So those have been done. The preponderance of the increase, though, on this budget is definitely in the other operating expenses, and we could primarily look at the fact that we're doing insurance differently. I touched on this last week. A lot of departments are going to touch on this throughout the night and next week as well. But what we did is we took that general fund 1900 account and said, instead of putting insurance here and just letting it exist, we're going to drop it into the different functional groups and make it more representative of the actual activity of that group. So there is an increase in insurance, and I have, whenever somebody talks about insurance, I have my forms here. So that's a change that affected the bottom line of this budget. Another change that affected the bottom line of this budget is increased costs from the county auditor to perform elections and voter registration. Certainly, next year we have 3 council members up for re-election, and there's a cost involved in that over and above usual. And then you can see that the following year it goes down a little bit, and those are related to those expected costs from the county auditor to perform those elections for us. Interfund is a little bit of a change as well. Beforehand, we had not been taking the interfund IT. Those have been rolled up into the finance department. And again, a lot like the insurance, we're trying to make this more representative of what actually is going on in the departments. So these items shifted into the council or into the legislative arena to make those costs actually pencil out in the right places. So they're not additional costs per se, they're just reallocated. And the facility costs have increased, and that is purely to the move to the new building, based on the way that we do facility interfund rates, because that's another one of our internal service fund accounts that we treat as a utility, where the only customers to these accounts are the city of Pullman, other departments. There's been some square footage added that changed the equation a little bit. And certainly now council has a flex office that as soon as we can get reopened, you guys can use and meet with your constituents down here at City Hall. So that's really the long and the short of the legislative group. It's big, but it's important, but it's run very, very tight. So before I go on to the next one, I certainly want to see if there's any questions or anything I can clarify or answer on this. Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to request you turn to pages 42 and 43. So this is the next portion. This is the executive section. It's a 2-person department. It's the mayor acting as the CEO for the city, and the city administrator acting as the chief operating officer for the city. So an elected and an appointed position. So both individuals here have very distinct responsibilities, as you can see, as the mayor is the spokesman for the city, chair by our operating agreement, chair of the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport Board, and point of contact for all the external organizations, whether they're federal, state, local governments, or nonprofits or private business that want to get information in through the city. That's the point right there, is through the mayor. Where the city administrator is more of the chief operating officer, primarily charged with implementing the elected officials' policies and goals, and then overseeing the municipal operations. So one of the things we touched on a little bit last week is a goal setting session. I'm shooting for February. I want to send out a doodle poll real soon, where we can take some of the 2018 adopted goals, maybe look at some of the 2019 preliminary that weren't adopted, and see what we want to do going forward in a recovery COVID environment, and start making plans. So as our budget improves and our cash flow improves, we can start implementing things. So that's something I'm committed to getting the process started while I'm here as interim. Because as I'm interim, that means the position of city administrator full-time is vacant. So the longer that that takes to fill, we're certainly saving some dollars in this budget because we're not doing the car allowance or paying that salary. So we'll see some savings eventually as we roll through the end of 2020 on this and into 2021 when we start the recruitment process. So looking at the budget numbers specifically in here, salaries and benefits are right very, very close to last year. We had an $8 increase in regular salaries to the budget. I think there's some rounding that goes on in there. And the benefits, we've tapered back a little bit while we wait to see who the next position is. You know, it might be a different lifestyle where the medical is different. So we've estimated that. The supplies budget in this is just limited to basic office supplies, writing pads, certainly some business cards when a new full-time city administrator is brought in. Other operating expenses, again, there's some dollars here for national recruitment to hire a new city administrator. The insurance expense that I alluded to has gone up and moved out of the 1900 fund, and part of it's moved into here to be representative of what that's going on. But the big thing you'll see on that line is the change from 2021 to 2022 of $48,000. And what that is when the airport received their CARES grant dollars, they gave us, for lack of a better term, a holiday. So we don't have to come up with our yearly contribution to the airport in 2021. They haven't gone as far to say 2022 yet. As Tony Bean mentioned earlier, they haven't done their 2022 budget, but we felt we better put that in there just in case. So that's what the 48,000 of the $48,050 would be. So the last piece is you'll see on the interfunds that those are new items as well, as I've mentioned before. Now that we can identify in the new building the office space for directly related to facilities operations, there's a number tied to that as well as the IT component as well. So those are two new charges that used to live in other departments that are now just brought in here. So it's more representative of what the actual activity is. So that's kind of the end of the overview on the executive session. I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments on that. Okay. The next part is the city attorney, and this one is on pages 48 and 49 of your book. And this one sets up just a little differently because we don't have a staff full-time city attorney on the payroll. We contract that out to an outside contractor, McAloon Law PLLC. So you won't see the regular salary lines and benefit lines on that because we just treat that as professional services like any other outside contractor would be. So this department goes a little bit quicker. And if you notice that the rates have basically stayed the same over the past several years, and 2021 and 2022, and discussing rates with Laura before I put this budget together, she was agreeable to holding the rates where they were under the COVID environment. So outside of that, and this is where all the legal support comes from, to the council, to staff, to boards, commissions, and committees. It all comes out of this department right here as part of our administration. So a little bit different look, but you'll see a couple more of these as the presentations go on.
And thank you, Laura, for keeping the contract the same. We appreciate that very much. And just counsel, so you understand, we will use her at the airport once in a while, but the airport pays separately for the extra hours. It's not the city's covering that, the airport is covering that. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions on legal before I move into finance? Nathan.
Yeah, more of a comment. Thank you, Laura, for staying with us. I know as long as I've been on, You've been there for us and taken us through so many troubled waters. Answered a lot of ridiculous questions from myself. And so I really just, I appreciate you continuing to be with us. You're so valuable, and there's been nobody in compare. So
Well,
thank you.
thank you, council member. And there is no such thing as a ridiculous question. All questions are good.
I think sometimes she wishes people would ask her a few more questions so we can avoid some issues in the future. I can tell you, I run a lot by Laura before I put anything out just to make sure everything's covered. And she is fortunately in her own law firm now, but before she had to go over to Seattle because they were asking her expertise over in Seattle a lot. And we know that at one time a mayor of Spokane tried to recruit her to be their city attorney, and apparently there was a little issue between the consul and the mayor, so we're happy to have McAloon Law now.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, now we make the transition into really my normal responsibilities, administrative services and finance. So we're going to start here with finance and the clerk, and that's on pages 44 through 47. So upon arriving here about 20 months ago, I really tried to hit the ground running. And although there's been some hurdles along the way, some good strides have been made in my original purview here through the finance and the clerk department. So some of the things we did accomplish this year, or this biennium, was we got the direct deposit payroll implemented citywide. We transitioned to a semi-monthly payroll system, which actually saves our staff some time as opposed to the draw single payroll system. We rolled out the electronic timesheets process citywide as well. We did that early bond payment on that 2009 bond last year, which saved the taxpayers $419,515. Hired a new accountant almost upon my arrival to replace somebody that had left. And with the good graces of the council, we were able to add a position that was approved last December to really help us through our workflow. Performed staff evaluations for the first time since 2017 in this department, and then as well as the department heads, managers that I do supervise, did their evaluations as well for the first time ever as the position got reclassified. So as part of one of the city council goals, there was to create a new website, and we certainly did our part in that and put some work into it and came up with the evolving and developing site, certainly under COVID, where we're able to add very quickly, actually for me now, because I've gotten too proficient at it, not taking any work for any other department on this. But when the payment plan for COVID emergency came up, we were able to get that up and rolling within 24 hours. And one of the things we also accomplished was creating that emergency COVID plan that I just mentioned. And probably one of the biggest things that we've been up to is working with all the department managers once COVID hit, trying to identify costs that could be, waylaid a little bit and find some budget savings while this developed and we didn't know what it was. So at the end of the day, we could make sure we're still delivering the services to our community, but not having to lay off anybody or excessive furloughs, and just keep the machine that is the city of Pullman rolling. So two of the council goals that I did not fully accomplish this year, as a little mea culpa, there's actually 2.5. So the first was discussing options for a transportation benefit district. This came up very early on. And then Initiative 976 happened in 2019 that made transportation benefit districts moot, couldn't do those anymore. And then 2 weeks ago, the state Supreme Court ruled that I-976 was unconstitutional. So now TBDs are back on the deal. So that goal is something that I have circled now, and we'll be working through that. The second item I didn't make it all the way through on was widening the acceptance of debit and credit card charges throughout the city. We are rolling out the forward-facing utility part of the internet. We're hoping to have that out by Thanksgiving. And that is really the platform and framework for being able to take these next steps and being more widely accepting of credit cards throughout the city, because we're taking that PCI compliance issue where everybody else is getting hit for credit card fraud and people are logging in, and we're taking that and we're pushing that onto another company so we can go through their website. They can take the brunt of those types of things, and then we can start adding components through this. Invoice Cloud is the company that we've partnered with. So you'll see a lot more of that. And one of the first things we'll do once it's up and running is talk to the library, because they're taking credit cards now as of last year, and the recreation department and parks, which have been taking credit cards for a while, and just trying to aggregate all this so it's one platform. Eileen.
I'm going to assume that when we go back live, so to speak, that these systems, like if you go up to the rec desk, they'll all be touchless.
It's going to be a kiosk where you're accessing. That's the idea, is to do kiosks where you can access this online, where we're not going to handle your card for you. It'd be the same as if you were doing it at home, but if somebody walks in, this is how they would do it. But you know, the swipe card readers that you see in all the stores, that's where the PCI compliance comes back onto the person holding those swipe cards. So you have to maintain those and make sure that there's a lot of do's and don'ts with those things. And those are the type of things that keeps IT department and myself up at night. So by going through this third-party provider, it pushes all of that in there. But yeah, being able to, when somebody walks in and being able to have that credit card availability, it'll be there. It'll just look a little bit different.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. The third thing that we didn't get to, which was inadvertent, but I'm really kind of starting to put some pressure on to get done with, at least with staff, is the GIS mapping component. I talked a little bit about that last week. Talked about how we're having some, So this is something that was in the council goals, and because of COVID, the process kind of stopped. Regardless of COVID and looking at the way we've produced the budget here, I think there's the ability to bring this person on. And I'm kind of leaning in for sooner is better on this. So this is one of the council goals that is waylaid, but is still on the top of the mind, and really on the top of the mind, because I don't know if I've discussed anything in more extent than GIS over the last couple of weeks, other than the whole broad budget in and of itself. So some of our department goals, I'm
Nathan,
sorry?
Hand up. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Mike, I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for putting that there. It's savings from GIS as far as time, location, fusion. I mean, it adds a lot of layers of data that will ultimately really, really help our departments and our citizens. So it's a savings. So just wanted to put that out. Didn't want to interrupt. Thank you.
No, I'm glad you interrupted, and please do. Brandon.
Yeah. Thank you for continuing this. Not only the benefits, as Nathan just enumerated some of those, but we've already spent a good percentage of a good chunk of money, and I would hate for it to stall. So I know it was beyond our control with this, this position that we were trying to hire. But yeah, I appreciate you moving the ball forward on that, and that's a cost that we absolutely have to incur. And in the long run, I think it's going to save us. This is not new. I mean, we're getting caught up here, and so this everybody that I talk to, from maintenance to fire to police, they all want it. So thank you.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because the projects, the wish lists, this needs to get done, that list just grows every day. Okay. So some of the department goals going into the next biennium, before we incorporate the council goals, of course. Number one, Tony alluded to this, is to assist the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport as they bring on their accountant to be able to transition some of the work that Lori and I have been doing and into their accounting position. So when you look at when I requested the additional person last year, and I had all of those charts, and I'll bring this back up again in a different manner later. But the costs per the amount of dollars we're putting out per staffer, with Tony bringing this person in, we're still the highest in Eastern Washington on all those comparables. It just brought us a lot closer to second place. And with one of the things I'm proposing farther along, it'll actually just barely tuck us under there. But the most important thing is to, one of council's goals is to support the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport, and we're firm believers in the finance department of that. So they're doing an excellent job. We want to see them grow because that'll just generate more revenue in our community. Second goal, and I'm not going to belabor this later, but if you look at page 46 of your budget books, you'll see under capital expenditures, and I've brought this up with council a couple times, our concerns with the software going away, and you all received a copy of the letter. It's happening. It's not tomorrow. It's someday in the future, and we want to be ahead of the curve. So that's one of our big goals, is to be able to come up with some solutions and make a recommendation to council. One of the other items Tony also alluded to, and there's one of the things I was trying to accomplish when I first came here, was to update the investment policy. The investment policy is many, many, many years old, and that was really kind of my strong suit at my previous employment. I'd like to be able to put some of these dollars to work in ways to benefit the city, especially now when interest rates are so low. But when I started in my previous work, it was right after the recession, and I was able to make money during a low interest rate environment back then too. So I really want to open the doors on that. I'm not talking about going and buying Enron stock. I'm just talking about bringing the policy up to date where I have the flexibility to go out and make some bond investments and outpace the state pool, which is what we're pretty much exclusively doing right now.
Hey, Mayor. Mike, could you explain the Eden software? And I know you have an eye toward making sure that our contracts, our software, like we're updating that, we're modernizing that. Could you explain what that Eden software is? And is the plan to replace it with something else from the same company, or are we going out and finding a new solution? What is that exactly?
Sure. When we talk about replacing software and upgrading and new, and that was something Adam was really big on as well. One of the places that didn't get updated regularly was Eden. It's 20-year-old software. And what has happened is Tyler Technologies has sent the note that we've been kind of expecting for the last 18 months, saying the day has come. It's not today, it's not tomorrow. We'll give you plenty of notice, but they've created a new set of software they're trying to move people towards. They really don't want to support this one anymore for programming reasons, and I'm sure as well financial reasons. So there's going to come a time very soon that we're not going to be able to, when there's a change in the payroll law, we're not going to be able to update our software to do that. And we're getting painted into a place where after 20 years, it looks like we might have to actually do something with it. So my goal is to put together a user group in the first quarter from different groups. There's an HR component. I want some HR on there. There's some bill pay component. And everything that software needs to do is to have this and come out and have them absolutely look at the new software that Tyler Technologies is putting out there, but also look at the competition, because if we're going to make a change, once every 20 years, let's be really, systematic about this, weigh the benefits, weigh the costs, because this is a very expensive purchase.
Can I ask something else? Is their model going to continue with a one-time purchase, or are they moving toward what so many other companies have done, which is subscription based, and then when updates come out, you roll into those new updates? And do we have any of those kind of options that are a little easier to do, because it keeps that cost steady throughout every single quarter?
Yeah, software as a service is something that I generally tend to like, but it's got to pencil out. We looked at the phone system when council gave us permission, instead of buying a new phone system, to go with this cloud-based software and lease the items to kind of future-proof ourselves going down the road. Software as a service certainly does that, because it would probably entitle us to an upgrade, whatever changes were. When I was in private business for myself, that's how I did that. I paid the initial implementation fee, paid the yearly service contract, and any upgrades that happened, I was entitled to. So I certainly look at that as a way to not take that really big upfront cost, but there is a significant cost that goes along with it. It looks like when I was looking around the state at different cities that have implemented the replacement for Eden, notably Walla Walla and Richland, they've done it a couple different ways. So there's some options out there, it looks like.
Yeah, and I thank you. And I want to certainly, when you mentioned pencil out, I want to make sure that we are keeping the costs at the forefront. But if we end up getting something and then 20 years later we replace it, in the meantime, in those 20 years, we could always be up, to speed on whatever best practices, make your jobs easier. I think there's a lot of value in that too. So I certainly would support it as long as it's not too drastic a difference.
And Mike, wasn't Eden one of the bigger names especially in the state of Washington, with a lot of cities and counties using the Eden software? It's pretty well widely used, wasn't it?
It still is. It still is. There's a lot of us that are still on the platform, and my concern with when we get the drop dead letter saying it's going to happen in X is, okay, are we ready to move? Is where are we now in line with anybody else that's trying to do it? It's like, oh, thank you, City of Pullman. You are now 30th in line. We will get to you in 18 months. So there's that bit of concern too. So as we start going through that process, and I've asked my accounting manager, Lori Palmer, to lead this, is to make sure we ascertain that, is if we say yes tomorrow, what does an implementation look like? Okay, excellent. Last two things I had for my goals for next year is to integrate my risk management activities into the safety committee operations that already exist and kind of bolster that. And then to augment the financial reporting information to increase the transparency of our city operations to the elected officials, city staff, and as well as the community. Certainly the software will help along with that, but in the meantime, I got to find creative ways to do that in Excel downloads and creating charts. So that's what I'm going to work on. So with that, I kind of just want to touch on our budget items. First of all, on the salaries and wages, everything, there's no COLA proposed for any non-rep employees in this entire city budget. So the increase you see in my salaries and budget is we're requesting that my 3/4 time person move to full-time in the fourth quarter of next year. This will help get us to a point where I believe that by transitioning the workload and bringing this person to full-time, we may actually be fully staffed up in the finance department by the end of next year, so we can start doing the cross-training and all the other things that I've been wanting to accomplish. Overtime, that's something, it's a very small budget item for me. As you can see, I watch it like a hawk, and we just try to get all our work done within our normal parameters. Benefits, as those things change, we just rise along with the tide. So it's pretty standard for a non-rep department as well. We're not asking for anything new there. Supplies, we just do the basic as to what we need. We're trying to do as much electronic and PDF, but we still have to print some things. So we're mostly looking at some check stock and paper and those types of items. We have one piece of minor equipment in this budget. The clerk is using her scanner, and she's going to run the wheels off of that thing. And based on our best estimate, we think that's going to be 3rd quarter of next year. So we just want to have some set aside time, because bringing so much of that work from paper document to electronic is, helping us out with storage. So other operating expenses, like all the other departments, we've picked up some insurance costs that was originally just allocated to the general fund as a lump sum. But one of the places we were able to make some savings, and with the much appreciated help of City Council, is when we switched from GAAP to cash reporting. We expect to save about $30,000 on our last state audit versus what's going to happen next. So it's based on some state auditor information and everything else we can glean off of that. So I've already touched on the capital items, and then the interfund for us, it's down a little bit because some of the things that we were absorbing that were no longer, but we are still, we gained some room in facilities, so that's a little bit of an increase for us. But that's the general for the finance department. So I want to pause here and see if there's any more questions before I switch to HR. Ann?
Thank you. Mike, I just want to thank you again for the way you have worked so hard to not only bring our city finances into better order, but also the finance department itself. When you arrived here, it was quite shorthanded. And as a member of the finance committee, I definitely saw the ramifications of that. And you have worked really hard, you and Lori in particular, and Danielle and Dee as well, to really bring things into line and work hard to practice the lean method of management. And I'm just really impressed, and it's just a pleasure to work with you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat?
I would reiterate what Ann just said, but aside from that, I do have another comment, and that is that in all of my years working in both traditional and non-traditional workplaces where there were bargaining units and contracts involved and some groups of employees not represented, I just hope that going forward, as soon as we are able to look at COLA for non-represented employees, I hope we can do so, just because that fosters such a division and hard feelings, if you will, between the two groups. And I hope that we can, kind of get that at least to a minimum and look at that as soon as we're able.
Thank you, Pat. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's, for a management style for me, being fiscally responsible means I tend not to throw money at problems right away and come up with as many other solutions first. So if I'm ever out asking for money, it's because I've exhausted everything. I think you've come to understand that about me, to the point where I know some people call me tight. I just call myself fiscally responsible. So, okay, let me transition on to the HR department, and then I can hand off to my buddy Wayne, who's waiting in the wings. So HR, this is pages 50 through 51 in your book. When staff is such a large part of your organization and your overall budget, this is the department that touches everything. Having an HR department to help staff navigate complicated and unfamiliar tasks is absolutely critical. We have a department of one for this, and she works people through medical plans, retirement programs, labor laws, payroll change rules. Hiring and termination fall under her purview as far as giving guidance on that goes. And that's just some of the many hats that Karen Sires wears. She serves on several state boards and association committees where she's able to not only maintain her skills, but to bring some best practices back to the city. And because she serves on so many of these, she tends to get her training reimbursed a lot. So the training costs for keeping Karen's skills up to date tend to be lower than all other departments, because we get almost full reimbursement back. So that's a pretty valuable resource that we have there. Unfortunately, Karen has let us know she will be retiring in 2021. So some of the things that you'll see that I'm going to go over through on the dollar part has to do with bringing in somebody new and some of the things that they're going to need. So touching on that really quick, the salary continues to be commensurate with previous years, and same with there's no overtime in there because she's exempt, and the benefits do change along with everybody else's. Supplies do remain unchanged from previous years, and as we're going through these COVID rollbacks, we expect to have some savings again in 2020. But as we start to get past that, to getting some of these programs that have been put on hold back deployed to our staff are things that we're going to be looking at. No capital expenditures in this budget request. There is one minor equipment request in Event and Burst. We're not sure if we'll be able to get a new hire that up to speed that quickly where we're getting the same reimbursement, but certainly something we'll look for in the next hire. Insurance, as everybody's going to tell you, and myself as well, some of that is absorbed in her budget, so that's a change. And then you'll see on the interfund, there's a change to IT like you've seen for everybody else, but there isn't anything on facilities. And part of the reason is while we were putting this budget together, identifying the amount of square footage that the HR department was going to take up in the new building is very, very nebulous. So as we're getting in, we're getting unpacked and moved around. I've decided that the finance department is going to cover the facility charge until we can really get that square footage item out, and then I'll probably come to you in 2022 and do a small budget amendment. So HR2 will be paying their way and making it a more realistic picture of the actual activities that are going on in that department. So that's a quick look at HR. Are there any questions on this one before I hand off? Okay. Thank you, Council. I'll be around, and I'll still be available and answering the financial questions and everybody. But I'm going to tag in my buddy Wayne Brannick now, so he can sum up the IT part of finance and administrative services.
And Mike can take a brief break, maybe some water and coffee and whatever else. Okay, Wayne, it's yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thanks, Mike. If you turn to page 108 in this budget book, that's the beginning of the Information Technology Fund budget. I just want to touch on some major project highlights from the past biennium. We implemented a new website. We implemented an enterprise unified communication system, our new phone system. We continue to invest in the GIS program. We were supporting Excella to pursue a 311 program. We built or renovated a new city hall, which became quite a task. We've expanded and are improving our Wi-Fi infrastructure across all city facilities. We now have redundant internet service with automatic failover. And when COVID hit, a major pivot toward mobile computing and improving our network infrastructure to accommodate work from home. Also developing and implementing the technology to allow for remote meetings and broadcasts for both city council and other boards and commissions during these unprecedented times. The proposed information technology budget for 2021 is $1,469,916. This is an increase from 2020 of $51,033. The proposed information technology budget for 2022 is $1,288,740. The increase in 21 is due to interfund increases, as Mike has explained, and we're accounting for insurance as well. We are proposing the two following capital projects for 21, a virtual infrastructure refresh and an allocation for an unidentified capital project. It's something we've done the last few years. Whenever things come up, it's hard to have that crystal ball. I have a note here to talk about the GIS position, which Mike has already explained. We would like to get that position as soon as possible as well. Just, I'd hate to see all the hard work that we've already done, fall further behind. And also in 21, we're proposing a reclassification of information technology technician to a specialist. And Mike already gave an excellent overview of interfund charges, but information technology is funded proportionately, allocating expenses to departments based on devices, users, and percentage of shared resources. And be able to answer any questions.
Any questions of IT? Brandon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, Wayne, thank you so much. And as you were going through that, it was very obvious to me that under our city council priorities, we had one of the 4 buckets was strategic long-term planning, and technology had these components, and you were mentioning them. You mentioned GIS, you mentioned the new website. One question that I had is, as I was going through the budget, under the, let's see here, the measurement technique, government access, measurement tech, it was a little fuzzy for me where it says input received from community. In terms of measuring, technology is one thing that there's the internal side of it, like making sure our systems run, but then all that stuff that the residents see. So if we do implement 311, if we have implemented the website, but how are we gauging, that it's working for residents, whether or not it may be working for, staff? Because I work in the world where it's very easy, and you can imagine where a website turns into an intranet, or not quite SharePoint, but it starts becoming the directory becomes the staff directory for you guys, and less for residents. So how are you ensuring that that this is meeting the needs of residents? What is the mechanism to receive this input from the community, or is that just through us?
I think it's more through you. And the reason I say that is as we kick off new projects, the website's a good example. We did do a survey of residents and asked for input before we took on that monumental challenge of revamping everything. But as far as actual input from people, it's usually the input we get from the website that says, hey, this would be really nice if we had this, or coming from yourself as council members, that kind of steers us in the direction we want to go whenever we set our goals. So I hope that answers your question, Brandon.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that our role then in this would be to field some of that feedback as we do from residents. But if some residents if they just called down, and they called the front desk, the general line to City Hall, if there was some sort of standard mechanism to receive that. I see Mike has his hand up. He must have an answer.
We definitely get emails. I can tell you that, and we definitely have feedback that way. And you get them, and we get them here. And there are comments that go directly to me as mayor that have IT implications. I immediately send it on to Wayne and those, and so it does get up. Nathan, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wayne, I really like how you've taken the bull by its horns. I know before, there were some challenges because we were trying to transition into a more digital government, user-based system, and I think you've done a great job. I'm going to just piggyback on what Brandon had brought up. With the council and all of the departments and the mayor, we're all very much, we're user-based, we're citizen-based. That's how we do business. Is there a way to put in something simple, such as how was your experience? You see all these things that are in the private sector. And I know there's other cities that do have this sort of thing. So can you speak a little bit to that?
Sure. So in our internal ticketing system that we currently have, there is an opportunity for our users to take a survey and tell us how we did and tell us what their experience was. So if you're an internal user for the city of Pullman, which we all are, we don't really have anything like that other than how to contact us on the website currently for external. So Mike, you got your hand up?
No, finish the thought.
Oh, I don't have a problem doing something like that. It seems to be beneficial.
Okay, now I have my hand up.
I just filled up a couple of them today. So we'll go to Mike and then we'll go to Pat.
Sure. And I just want to touch on something that's very important to Wayne, his team, and myself. And you'll notice in here where you looked at that input received from the community, and that's the measurement technique for the government access. Because when you look at Wayne's actual budget, there's the IT department and its full function and everything it does all the time. But the government access is the presentation tonight that everybody's watching on YouTube. So having that input received from the community really just highlighted for that is super, super important to his team. So we didn't want to lose sight of that and roll it up inside of the whole IT ball. Wayne wanted to draw that out separately. And so I just, when you look at the website, all those forward-facing IT items, absolutely. But I think I just want to touch on that for the people at home watching. So as Nathan's talking about customer service and this and that, yeah, please drop us a line through our website. Tell us how you're liking the YouTube or changes that we can make. Absolutely. And if we could come up with some sort of process for that other than a reach out email, that's something we can absolutely look at as a council goal.
Yeah, Wayne, I just want to give you kudos, and I cannot stress enough how important the access has been. And even when we get back to normal meetings, being able to have that stream available. I know of multiple people who were not engaged in any of our meetings before. They certainly didn't come down to council chambers on a Tuesday night, but they have made it part of their normal routine to watch city council and even tweet about it and do some other stuff. And I think that's fantastic because we all sit here as council members, sometimes feeling like we beg, residents to pay attention and to engage with us on some of this so that we can know how they feel and better represent them. And this is really helpful. And it's definitely kudos to you and your staff that have been able to figure out how to tweak things, how to, if something comes up, you figure out how to fix it. And I really appreciate that part of it. The council meetings online are awesome.
Yeah, I got to give kudos where kudos is due there, and that's all on our wonderful staff that we have that work in the ID department. Rob, Rachel, Morgan, Brandon. So yeah, thank you, Brandon.
Going back to Pat.
And I just want to reemphasize that, Wayne. We don't often get an opportunity to talk at this length about IT, which is truly not a good thing because you are kind of unsung heroes. And I can't say enough about your department and the staff and how great you guys are in terms of support and your responsiveness and how you deal with us and our crazy questions. Some of us are more computer literate than others, and the staff is able to gauge that very nicely. And so all my interactions have been absolutely 100% positive, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Pat.
It's a good hire from WSU. We have several that we've hired from WSU, and they're happier over here because it's a little bit faster to get things done. And Brandon, and I was there for 35 years. I definitely know that part. And whenever we can get through this COVID thing, you are going to be so impressed with the new council chambers and the IT that's there, where before we had that little Mickey Mouse screen on the one side. That you ought to see, we got a screen behind us. We've got one on the sides. IT has been fantastic there. And one of these days, we'll be able to have a meeting where we'll be back in the council chambers, but it'll be a new location. Let me just tell you, what you're going to see is great. They've really been doing some great work on it. So, all right.
So unless there's any more questions on that one, Mayor, that concludes the Finance and Administrative Services.
Time to move next to the fire and ambulance. And again, we talked about that in the mayor's budget last week, where we've consolidated a couple of budgets there. And so Mike Heston, our fire chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. And I was one of the ones hired from WSU to work for the city of Pullman as well. So fire department budgets on pages 56 through 59. So as far as our organizational chart, there's no changes in that one. Looking at page 57, and as the mayor just mentioned, we did have the opportunity to merge the fire and the ambulance budget this year. And that's been good. It's allowed us to not to minimize any duplication in our budget efforts. And it also allows us to track real costs versus whether it's reserves or whether it's ambulance or whether it's fire. So that's also been good. So the department goals for the fire department is to make Pullman the safest community possible. And we do that through rapid response training programs and through planning. Moving down to the budget highlights. In salaries and wages for 2021, budget is $4,118,757. This is an increase just over $400,000. Half of that is due to the normal contract and step increases in our budget. And then the other half is due to the hiring of the 3 firefighters through the SAFER grant, year 1 of 3, which is reimbursed by 100% by the FEMA grant authorized by council, which we truly appreciate. In 2022, the salaries and wages increase is $50,340 due to just the normal step increases. And also absorbing part of that is the $221,000 in the hiring of the 3 firefighters as well, which is year 2 of 3. Again, reimbursed 100% by the FEMA grant. And I just want to call your attention that the upcoming contract negotiations for 2022 adjustments are yet to be determined. So that'll have to be added as a budget amendment. And I kind of want to point to this salaries and wages on meeting some of the city's priorities and goals, through the strategic long-term planning process, improving city services. So in 19, we added 2 firefighters, and 20, we added 2. And through this FEMA grant, we're able to add 3. So we're trying to fulfill those priorities and goals as well. Looking in overtime in 21, budget of $477,543, an increase at $9,528 due to just maintaining our 2020 budget reductions and also absorbing a FEMA training grant that we got for company officer training certification of $93,000, which this grant is also reimbursed by FEMA, 90% on this portion, as well as we provide the EMS support services for WSU football. So that's about $56,000, which is reimbursed 100% by that contract as well. The overtime in 22 is actually a decrease of $88,000 due to the completion of that FEMA training grant. And while we continue to provide EMS support for the WSU football games, so each game we get reimbursed a fee for our staff, which includes all the salaries and benefits, and for the ambulance equipment as well, reimbursed 100%. And through that FEMA grants, this meets one of the city's priorities and goals in the community identity as far as higher education, because our firefighters are achieving a national certification by this grant money that we're getting. Moving to page 58. Under benefits for 2021, $1,961,127, which is an increase. And this actually should be an increase of 288 instead of 223. I don't have the left one retirement for 65,000 in there. So this increase is due to just normal contract increases in benefits, and as well as some increases through the FEMA training grant, which increases over time. Will be some benefit increases there, which is reimbursed by the FEMA grant, and as well as the WSU football overtime increases some of the benefits there, which is reimbursed 100%. As well as 98,000 of that is due to the hiring of those 3 firefighters through that SAFER grant, which again is reimbursed 100% by that grant. In 22, the benefits are increased to 95,000. So most of that is the 106,000, which is due to the hiring of those 3 firefighters, again, reimbursed by the FEMA grant. And again, just in the upcoming contract negotiation adjustments are yet to be determined. So I want to make sure we note that. Under supplies in 21, 87,580 is a decrease of about 38,000 due to maintaining our 2020 budget reductions. And in 22, we had an increase of just over $2,000 just due to normal cost increases. Under minor equipment, 2021 budget is 121,908, an increase of about $26,000 due to maintaining our 2020 budget reductions. FEMA equipment grant that we received to replace mobile radios for about 80,000, again reimbursed 90% by the grant. And we have some mandatory equipment replacement for AEDs that are at the end of life, so those need to be replaced, as well as some mandatory placement. They have certain life replacement requirements of technical rescue equipment, as well as our fire hose. And then we have our station exhaust system starting to wear out a little bit, so we need to replace that as well. In 22, the minor equipment is actual decrease of 94,500 due to the completion of that FEMA equipment grant of those mobile radios. But we still have the replacement of the technical rescue equipment and the hose replacement, and continue to replace some of our exhaust systems in the stations as well. Usually we're replacing the bottom half of the exhaust system, so that's what heats up the most and wears out the quickest. Under the operating expenses for 2021, a budget of 450,637, an increase of 76,000, with 33,000 of it due to maintaining our 2020 budget reductions and mandatory training we have to do and certifications, annual software licenses. There are some additions in that expense. Mike Urban touched on it earlier with the addition of insurance costs for the fire department of 152,000. And also the new addition of dispatch fee services, which normally came out of the police budget. So we're absorbing the fire department share of that along with the RingCentral phone system. There normally would be a fire academy cost of 43,000 for those 3 new firefighters under the SAFER grant. SAFER grant does not cover that training of those firefighters. It just covers salaries, wages, benefits, and overtime of those folks. But our intent is to hire lateral firefighters if we can. So we're working on that list right now to hopefully save that 43,000 as well. In 2022, we have an increase of about $82,000 due to the mandatory training, certifications, licenses again. The additional insurance costs of 188,000, Whitcomb dispatch fees of 53, and RingCentral. So the expenses in all these programs, they also meet some of the city's priority goals. In strategic long-term planning, we completed our fire department strategic plan for the years 20 through 25. National certification, or through national accreditation, we're also pursuing the accreditation process for the department. The technology goal for the city, and we've gone cloud-based to as much software as we can. And they alluded to the timesheets. We finally got on board with the timesheets in the fire department. We're one of the last ones to do that, as well as upgrading our website as well. The fire marshal's office has gone electronic with their plan reviews, as well as inspections and looking into permitting as well. So those are all good priorities and goals for us to move towards too. Also, the public safety city's goal of health goal through our firefighter fitness and wellness program. We continue to meet and produce. It's having good results for us. It is, and as well as the first response goal for the city. You know, we try to be involved in all the new project road design meetings as well to make sure those things meet the fire department's requirements. And lastly, on page 59, the capital expenses for the fire department in 21 is 0, which is actually a decrease of about 70,000 due to some completion of 2020 projects. And in 22, it's 0. If you take a look at the chart that you have there in the 2020 to 2021 change, at the bottom you see the difference between the budget between 2020 and 2021 is 656,076. But if you subtract out the SAFER grant of 300,000, the FEMA grants of 170,000, plus the added costs of insurance, 150, Whitcomb and RingCentral, that's about 675. So our 2021 budget is actually pretty similar to 2020 overall. So And at this time, I'd like to thank all my staff as well to help make this happen. And Mike Urban's staff has been phenomenal too in helping us, and we truly appreciate that as well. So, and with that, I'll entertain any questions on the fire department's budget.
Okay, Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions. I just wanted to let you know, Chief, I really appreciate you being a part of the Poverty Awareness Task Force. And then also you go above and beyond. You're on the Institutional Biosafety Committee up at WSU. So you have a inside knowledge as far as the hazards that are there as well. And I know you and your crews take on a lot doing that as well up at WSU. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate that.
Okay, Mike Urban.
Sure. Just to bore you with some technical accounting knowledge for half a second, but I think this is very important to what Chief Heston is presenting tonight. He mentioned several times that we have some grants that we're getting reimbursed from, and the way that we've presented that in the budget here is because we get audited on grants, we do want to recognize those grants as revenue and then the expenses as expenses instead of just offsetting the expenses with all these revenues and bringing his dollars back in. I think the chief did an excellent job of pointing out those offsets, but from a purely technical accounting standpoint, this is the right way to present it. It's income over here and it's expenses over here, not a wipeout of expenses. So I just wanted to touch on that, and especially for the viewing audience at home.
Okay. No other questions? Gary Jenkins, our police chief, presents his budget next.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. The police department budget begins on page, let me find the page, 52. But before we get to the 2021 and 22 budget, just let me give a quick recap of 2019 and 2020. During the past 2 years, we've been able to maintain full staffing and records with support services manager, 6 record specialists, and 1 public records officer. I think that's the first time in the past 10 years we've maintained full staffing in that section for any length of time. When we saw a lot of the increases in public records requests, we began a process of training all of our record specialists in providing public records responses, and with the idea or with the goal of having them obtain a public records certification through the state the state organization that certifies public records officers. And so to date, we've had 3 of our staff been recognized with certification from WAPRO, and we're working on the rest of our staff. Most organizations typically may have 1, if any, public records people certified in that area, so we'll be well ahead of the game on that. We increased our code enforcement officers from 3 to 4. This was a need that was fulfilled by council when they added a 4th code enforcement officer that is a supervisor. This also addresses some of the city council goals as far as downtown and enforcement of pedestrian clearance, especially for ice and snow. And that's something that we're starting to pick up this year, particularly with code enforcement and doing some proactive and reactive work in that area. And in city services, adding the supervising code enforcement officer while consolidating code enforcement under the police department and developing an annual code enforcement work plan. So we do have a supervising code enforcement officer, and we are taking on tasks that were previously handled by the community improvement coordinator, such as sidewalk overgrowth and snow and ice removal. And we have added code enforcement tasks onto our annual work plans. And then another council goal under community health, to provide mental health training for frontline employees and city council members. We accomplished this in February and March of 2019. So in 2019, council had previously approved 3 additional police officer positions. Those have not yet been filled, partly due to attrition, and then also partly due to the restrictions with COVID-19 and hiring, and also the basic police academy closed down for a period of time, and budgetary restrictions as well that occurred during COVID-19. In 2019, we saw the need to make some changes in our use of force practices. This This was initiated well before the most recent national attention on police use of force. We brought in a use of force expert to provide use of force training to all of our trainers, supervisors, and command staff. And this was the beginning of work that we're doing to revise our use of force training policies and review protocols. We're also ahead of the curve on bias and cultural competency training for our staff. Due to projected revenue impacts from COVID-19, all the city departments were asked to make budget cuts during 2020. The police department cut $561,786 from the 2020 budget. That was $8.4 million. So our COVID-19 that I'll refer to, COVID-19 2020 budget was $7.8 million. This consisted of a cut in salaries and benefits. During that time, we've been carrying 4 officers, sworn officer vacancies. We cut overtime. A substantial amount of overtime was in training. Our staffing overtime was also reduced due to COVID-19 impacted WSU student activity and also no WSU home football game weekends. We also saw cuts to supplies and cuts to minor capital. These are pretty deep cuts for us, particularly to minor capital and training overtime. We have learned to be more creative in obtaining training by alternative methods, but the cuts that we sustained this past year just are not sustainable to maintain a competent professional law enforcement agency. So one of the things that I want to make sure is that we maintain adequate staffing also when WSU student activity and WSU sports become more normalized. Due to cuts from training overtime and equipment for the COVID-19 budget, COVID-19 2020 budget, we lost some ground in training. During that time, we remained focused on what our in-house trainers could do and maintaining our in-house trainer certifications and for our staff, basic critical competencies such as firearms training, less lethal options, and defensive tactics. So now we'll go ahead and start on the police department budget. The police department summary starts on page 52. There's an organizational chart there. Excuse me. It reflects that chart reflects a staffing with 3 sworn officer vacancies, which is what the 21-22 budget does reflect, maintaining 3 sworn officer vacancies. Again, these are the 3 police officer positions that council previously approved that were never filled. So if you want to turn to page 53, on pages 53 and 54 is the law enforcement budget abstract. Page 54 lists the budget highlights and changes, and I'll go through those with you. With salaries and wages, again, the budget reflects 3 sworn officer positions vacant, so that's a budget savings of about $228,000. And overtime, our training overtime, as I mentioned, had been cut by more than half during 2020. So those cuts just are not sustainable, and so we regained our losses, and that's reflected in the new budget in our training overtime, and that will fund adequate training for our staff now. Under benefits, again, the 3 sworn officer vacancies, that provided cuts of about $132,000. The left 1 expenditures, and that's police employees who previously retired that received left 1. Now all of our current employees are under left 2. Left 1 had expanded benefits. That was just moved internally to administrative benefits from patrol. That accounts for about $158,000, $159,000 each year. Under supplies, our supply costs were reduced in 2021 and 2022 from previous levels. Under minor equipment, we had significant items of minor equipment were cut during the 2020 budget. So this budget reflects purchasing items that were previously cut, plus replacement of worn and outdated equipment and purchases of training tools and patrol and SWAT operational tools. Under other operating expenses in the administrative budget, there are new costs, as Mike mentioned earlier, Mike Urban, about the insurance costs previously were in one location. Now those insurance costs are being distributed to the departments. And so in 2021, this police department has an addition of $224,685 in insurance, and then just over $279,000 in 2022. The Humane Society contract used to be a standalone budget. This has now been brought into the police department budget, and that is our contract with Whitman County Humane Society for animal shelter services, and that amount is $56,000. Our interfund budget for 2021, we're seeing a reduction of about $105,000, and then in 2022 it increases back to current levels. Under capital expenditures, we have none planned for 2021. 2022 actually is still to be determined because we have not had the capital improvement project process yet. So those are yet to be determined, but some of the things that I think we're going to need to start thinking about is the police department facility and whether we stay there. And if we do, we're going to have to make some investments into the infrastructure we currently have or look at another location. But those are some things I think we're going to have to look at soon. And then under dispatch services, Whitcom used to also be a separate standalone budget. And now that is brought into the police department. As Fire Chief Heston mentioned, we're now splitting that between police and fire. So in 2021, we're seeing a 16% increase from 2020. And then a significant increase from 2021 to 2022 of about 45%. And this is due to Whitcom came and made a presentation to council, and they have been reviewing their funding model. And I think that's something we might still see some changes, but the budget now has been set for the next 2 years. And so Whitcom just was not, their funding model was not adequate to maintain a proper payment for expenses. So if you turn to page 55, is the law enforcement budget. The 2021 proposal is 7.7 million, and the 2022 is 7.95 million. The 2021 proposal is actually, it's over 656,000 less than our original 2020 budget. And it's also almost $95,000 less than our cut COVID-19 2020 budget. And this is even taken into account that we brought in standalone budgets that were not part of our budget before, animal control and dispatch services, and adding the insurance costs that previously were funded in another account. The increases that we see from 2021 to 2022 is about 243,000. And the increases are comprised of mainly interfund, Whitcom, and insurance. And those increases actually are more than the total increases we're seeing because we did cut some funds from training to bring our total cost down, so we'd have less of an increase from 2021 to 2022. So also on page 55, it shows staffing levels. There are some corrections here. The staffing total is actually 45 and not 47. There should be 21 patrol officers and not 22, and 2 detectives and not 3. I think some of these numbers were based on what our full staffing would be, but we're not staffing our authorized amount for the next 2 years. We're just staffing 30 sworn instead of 33 sworn, and then 15 support. So a summary of our budget for the next 2 years is we're maintaining our four code enforcement officer positions, including the supervising code enforcement officer, and that will allow us to continue the work on the previously identified council goals. Our proposed budget will also allow us to regain losses in training, including continuing the goal of certifying all records specialists as public records officers, and ensure training for critical competencies such as firearms, less lethal options, defensive tactics, and overall use of force training, and maintain and increase our capabilities for in-house training. And that is for training and recertification of our in-house trainers, and the purchase of equipment to facilitate in-house training, because in-house training requires less cost with overtime for officers to go and also backfill because we have a lot more flexibility with our in-house training than if we send them somewhere else. Most of the minor equipment that we had in our COVID-19 budget was cut, and so some of this equipment was added back into the 2021 budget, including equipment needing replacement. As I mentioned, there's no 2021 police CIP projects. So our 3 police officer vacancies that are not filled, that is a savings of $360,000. Filling those positions, as I mentioned, were delayed due to attrition and the closure of the police academy and the complications from COVID-19. I would say, though, that the need for those positions have not changed. I think we've all seen, particularly in the last year or two, the demands and expectations of law enforcement are higher than ever, and police are continually under a microscope, particularly when it comes to use of force and dealing with mental health issues. So training and staffing are required to ensure we can effectively and professionally deal with these issues. And again, staffing includes also providing people to fill in behind officers that go elsewhere for training or are attending training instead of the regular shift. I'll be working with the finance director and the city administrator and mayor to monitor revenues to determine our capacity to fill those 3 vacant officer positions. We do currently have 4 vacancies, but we are filling 1 of those. Right now, we are in a recruitment process and we are looking specifically at lateral applicants at the moment. So I'm fairly certain we'll be able to fill 1 of those vacancies here very shortly with a lateral that will save us time and money because they won't have to go through the basic law enforcement academy, and we can put them directly into our field training officer program. Our overtime costs proposed for 2021 and 22 are lower actually than the COVID-19 2020 budget levels. And I would also note that the Police Guild collective bargaining agreement increases are pending at the moment and are not in final approval yet. So those are not yet included in the budget. And so if approved, those would have to be put in a budget amendment. And any other negotiated increase over the period of the next 2 years, we would have to look at doing an amendment as well. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Several hands. Let's go to Al, and then we'll go to Nathan. Again, Al.
I'm sorry, Glenn. I'm having audio, and so I didn't hear you call on me.
Okay.
My apologies. Gary, I'd just like to also reiterate, I think that it's super important that we get those other officers on as soon as we can. We're operating with fewer than what we thought we should have, and now we continue to move forward with it. So, well, I think we should be doing everything we possibly can to get those hired. So I just want you to know that the support from me is there certainly to get those on. We need to make sure that the officers we have out there now are safe and that we have enough people to move around this town. So I just want to make sure that you know that we're behind you with that, or at least I am.
Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize your department's involvement in the Poverty Awareness Task Force. Past Commander Tennant and now Commander Opgenorth have been invaluable for our continuing collaboration with all the different nonprofits and organizations dealing with poverty and homelessness. And I can't overstate how important that is. So I want to say I appreciate that. I will also say that the conduct, the professionalism that you and your department has, it's been exemplary. You faced a lot of issues, a lot of challenges, as has, the nation. during these times. And you have just been above and beyond. And I know you expect a lot from your officers and your staff and your department. And I just want to recognize your extremely example of leadership that I really hold up. So thank you, and thank you for your leadership with the COVID-19 crisis as well.
Thank you. Our staff has done a great job under a lot of pressure, so I know they'll appreciate those words.
Any other comments? I see your hand up, Brandon, and then we'll go to Pat.
Yeah, Chief. Two things. Number one, we've heard Mike Urban talk about sharpening the pencil or whatever. You definitely have done that. As much as I think any other department that I've seen, you've found ways to make those cuts that I think I said last week, they're not fair and they're not fun, but you found ways to do that. So I appreciate that. And I agree with Councilman Sorensen that we do want to get those officers, back on, let's get them patrolling the streets, whatever. The second part is I agree with Councilmember Weller. 2020 has been a highly politicized year for law enforcement. It has not been easy. And you have worked really well with concerned groups in Pullman. And that has been not only obvious to me, but to those groups. And you're still going to get a lot of vocal people. But when I talk to individuals, they recognize the good job that you're doing and that the department is doing. And that doesn't mean that we don't have missteps, but they recognize that is leadership that you're displaying. And one individual, I saw a social media post recently that they had, and they've been very vocal about national issues, but he specifically mentioned that he was proud of our police department here in Pullman. And I think that is reflective of your leadership, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Brandon. Pat Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, I certainly echo all of the sentiments of my colleagues. You are forming a model agency that we should all be proud of. And so I thank you for that. The other comment that I have is that in terms of the staffing issue, I think that really illustrates what we talked about when we had the request to add those additional uniformed officers, and that is that you're never at full staff. And so this staffing model just kind of illustrates that we always have to try to be ahead of it because we're never going to be there. And so I appreciate your showing that in your budget, as well as the fact that COVID notwithstanding, we do need to get to full staff at some point. Who knows whenever that might be, because there's always going to be something out there that keeps us from doing that. But at least we have the objective to do that. And I appreciate your endeavor to make that happen. So thank you on a variety of different levels.
Okay, anyone else before we go back to Al? Okay, Al.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the staffing thing just real quick again here. I think it's super important that we try to move forward with getting those in, because the attrition factor that we're going to continue to have keeps us in a catch-up situation. And we need to make sure that we can get up to that level where we've said that we want to be without just continuing to be behind and behind and behind. We all voted for this to okay these positions, and we need to do whatever we can to get them filled.
And again, we're trying to do the best we can with the budget and the cutbacks that we know we had from the revenue source. And one of the things we have encouraged Gary to do, and again, we're all there trying to get those extra positions back on again, because we did allocate those, is see if we can get some more laterals. One of the things that we're hearing about, and we're hearing it from economic development, we're hearing from others, is because of the problems on the west side and because of the density on the west side, we're getting a lot of interest now of people interested coming on the east side. And I'm sure we're going to hear some officers over there that would like to be working under Gary's progressive leadership. And we're going to see that probably happen too. And that'll help as far as trying to recruit. Mike, I saw your hand up, Mike Urban.
Sure. I just want to follow up on some of this from the finance standpoint of Gary putting his budget together, because the first thing that Gary hasn't been given any credit on is in 2019, his expenditures actually came in $800,000 less than his budget. So he's always managed his budget very, very well. And if it was COVID notwithstanding, we could be looking at things some different ways. One of the items that we've been very concerned with is getting the officers through the process, which is, it's grueling for the police department. And it's not Pullman police, it's all police. I've experienced this in my previous life as well, getting them through the background checks and the lie detectors and all of that. So, you know, ferreting out the good candidates is a process in and of itself. And to the point where Gary has mentioned that he's shifting some of his tactic, where if we can get some laterals and bypass the basic law enforcement academy, which was shut down for several months while we had 2 officers waiting to go back, I think is an excellent tactic to build the staff. And as the mayor said, maybe bring some people here, because I've had family reach out to me in the law enforcement field about relocating to Pullman. So he's doing some very creative things. And one of the things we told Gary in his budget sessions is, when you find the right people, even though that's not a position, let's go back to the council, let's get that filled so we can get through this process. So yeah, this is a, you know, the staff isn't there as to where it should be and what it's been approved. But if the council is willing, as I am, and I think you guys are probably more, then we can bring these people back to you as it goes along, and we can watch the revenues and make sure it supports that, and get these people in maybe through a lateral instead of starting them out green and getting them back on the street sooner.
Okay. Thank you again, Gary, for the excellent job you've done on your budget. With that, we'll go now to Parks and Recreation. And so we have Kurt Damon on the line. Kurt?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The public services budget begins on page 72 with an organizational chart of parks and facilities and the recreation division. And then also on page 73 is our approved full-time employees. Like other departments, before I present the 21-22 budget, I would like to do a quick recap of the 19 and 20 biennium and some of our accomplishments. And for the recreation department and parks as well, I think I really go back to February 13, 2018, when the Pullman voters approved Prop 1 and Prop 2. And with those 2 passage of bond measures, that really helped us as a department accomplish a lot of our goals that were identified in our 5-year plan, and specifically how they related to improving our existing park and rec facilities. And I know Alan Davis, Parks and Facilities Manager, will hit on some of these, but with Proposition 2, just a couple of things that we've done to this point is new pool liner at Rainy Pool was completed back in June. We have shower room and restroom improvements coming in either 21 or 22. ADA path improvements at Sunnyside Park and Itani linear path were completed in 19. This last year, we purchased our mobile stage that we're looking forward to showing off and using at, if we're allowed, 4th of July celebrations, concerts in the park, Leno Festival, etc. And our SETI playfield upgrades with fencing, dugouts, and backstops. That's near completion. And if you haven't got down there, I'd encourage you to do so. It's going to be a tremendous facelift to our park down there, and I can't wait to get out next year and use that. And then with Prop 1, the big news for the recreation department was our community recreation center. And I think those of you that have known me or been around me for 20 years, I've constantly kind of promoted and pushed and felt that Pullman deserved this type of facility. So to see it come to fruition, and I can't wait to open it up to the public and get people in here. It's really going to be an asset for our community and provide us the opportunity for a bunch of new programs. So we were moving along, getting close to opening our recreation center, and COVID came. And I kind of want to hit on the impacts that COVID had to us and kind of where we stand, because that's been the driver of definitely our 21 budget going forward. So in March, we closed the doors to the Pioneer Center, our Senior Center, the Aquatic Center as well, and canceled all our spring programs, youth sports. In June 22nd, we were able to open the rec center for some summer programming, and felt we actually were able to offer a lot of programs here at the recreation center and actually out in the community as well, with working with the WSU golf course and Palouse Discovery Science Center and doing some of those things. On August 10th, we opened up the aquatic center on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday days, using kind of reservation system where members sign up for lap swimming and use of the fitness center. Starting tomorrow, we are extending hours on Tuesday and Thursday mornings. Really, we've seen the demand from our members who like to come in and lap swim and use that fitness room. So we'll be opening up 5:30 to 12:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Our senior center remains closed. And as a department, we're constantly, evaluating and looking for guidance from the governor, both the state and local Department of Health, and do what we can to bring back programs in a safe manner. So recently on October 6th, we received some guidance specifically kind of with youth and adult sports that opened up a few opportunities for us. And I kind of foresee by the end of the year, we'll probably be seeing some more, because some of those regulations are tied to high school sports. And I think as the start date for high school gets a little closer, we may see some changes there. So going forward, looking to the 21-22 budget, I would turn to page 78 and 79 is our participant recreation abstract, and then the overall budget for participant recreation. And late this afternoon did discover that when we put this together, we have an aquatics abstract that was separate, that wasn't included. But as you see in this participant recreation budget, we've now merged the aquatic center and the pool operations for Rainy Park. So we will get some of those blended back in here as well. The participant recreation budget is comprised of 4 areas: the senior center, recreation services, aquatic center, and Rainy Pool. First, I just want to touch about the senior center. As I mentioned, we are closed and, remain closed, and probably we all understand just the population that serves in the high-risk population. That will probably be one of our last divisions, programs that we bring back. And when we do, it's going to be slow. In the meantime, I would like to give out kind of a special thanks to the Pullman Senior Citizens Association. Councilmember McCall is part of that group. They have really stepped up and tried to stay connected with their members that they serve by doing a monthly newsletter and getting that out to all their members. And I know they're working on a few other small opportunities and programs as well to keep people connected during this time. As the mayor mentioned in his budget message, our senior coordinator position was laid off in early August when we really started to realize the severity and length of the COVID pandemic. In the 21 budget, we are looking to bring that position back early in the second quarter, but obviously it'll be something that we monitor as we go forward and what we're allowed to do. But again, if we're not able, and opening is going to be slow, as I suspect, again, the senior association, I know they're going to be able to help now with the senior center. Here at the rec center, myself, other department staff will be able to lend a hand as needed there. So kind of the program supplies, we reduced by nearly 50% for our 21 budget and about 30% for 22, just because we don't know, again, uncertainty of when we can open, the type of programs we can offer, and how comfortable people are going to feel in participating in those programs. As other departments mentioned are operating expenses, the insurance transferred to our department. So within the senior citizen or senior center budget, those are impacts of 5,900 and almost $7,000 in 22. Our interfund or facility rate increases obviously went up with our move into the new recreation center. And so just looking at the senior citizen or senior center budget for 21 is $172,168, which is 79.2% of our 20 budget. And in 22 budget is 208,138, which is 95.7% compared to 20. So you can see next year we're in that 80% range and getting closer to kind of being back to what I'd say full staffed in 22. Moving on to recreation services. So this would be all of our youth and adult programs and kind of what we do out of the recreation center here minus the senior center. Really, this was put together with kind of a best guess scenario with a lot of unknowns and where we're going to be with the COVID pandemic and what we can and can't do. But to date, I would really like to give kind of some kudos to my staff, Megan Vining, Anna Pearson, Jean Druffel, and what they've done to date. Just participating in a lot of webinars, discussions with our colleagues from around the state, following CDC guidelines, and really putting protocols into place and allowing us to offer programs to date and what we're able to do and make sure we're doing it safely and the community realize when they're bringing their kids here that we're doing what we need to be done to keep them safe while they're here. So just in the recreation services budget, our staffing, part-time staff, we did reduce going forward in 21, just because I know there are some instructors, some programs that we're not going to bring back right away, just because instructors aren't comfortable or based on the nature of the activity, we're not allowed to do so. Our program supplies, just because programming will be a little bit limited to start off, was 70% of our 20 budget. Minor equipment, we do not have any minor equipment within our recreation services budget. This year in our Metro Parks, Metropolitan Park District CIP program, we addressed a lot of the needs that we had here or we knew we'd have for the rec center, like volleyball nets, pickleball nets, bleachers, smaller basketball hoops for our younger population. So we took care of a lot of that. And then also in our furniture and fixture budget as part of the bond as we remodeled this. One area we will reduce is the printing of our brochure by about at least 50%. We will save some dollars there and then really target who we mail that brochure out to, like our senior population or kind of our top customers, and then really push social media and electronic distribution of programming. Insurance, the liability capital for the recreation services is $31,553 in 21 and $37,296 in 22. We will see a facility rate increase, again, just associated with moving into the rec center. So for 21, recreation services budget is $991,000, which is 95.7% of the 20. And then in 22, $1,036,069, which is about right back to what was budgeted for 2020. Aquatic Center, again, similar to recreation services and the best guess and where we're at and where we see going forward. One thing I think that will be slow to come back is group swim lessons, just with social distancing and how you can do that. So right now we're doing a lot of private swim lessons. And I think that's probably the path we'll continue down for quite a while as we do that. So in doing so, our part-time staffing, just because probably not the immediate need for swim instructors, reduced about 75% in 20. I mean, we scheduled about 75% of what we were in 20 and about 83% in 22. This 21 budget for the Aquatic Center does include hiring an assistant aquatics coordinator position. probably sometime later in the second quarter, as hopefully we're bringing Rainy Pool online. This position was approved in the 20 budget, and we had just started recruitment about the time COVID hit, so we put a pause on that. Another savings is reducing the paying on part-time employees into the Public Employees Retirement System, or PERS. This is about a $30,000 savings. Over the years, we've paid in on all these part-time employees and working with finance staff. It looks like there's been some change in legislation in how we account for those staff. One thing on our part will have to be is tracking of hours and limiting hours over a 5-month period to about 70 hours a month, which is certainly doable. And then minor equipment, replacing a couple pieces of fitness equipment on an annual basis, and then replacing a piece of our inflatable obstacle course that we set up at the Aquatic Center and Rainy Pool as well. Insurance increases, as mentioned, are about 26,000 in 21 and 34,000 in 22. So our Aquatic Center budget in 21 is just over 700,000, which is about 90.4% of our 20 budget. And then 22 budget is 760,000, which is about 98% of the 20 budget. Rainy Pool, our operations, we're hoping we can do about a 10-week season as we've done over the years, coming this June. One change will be in 19 when we're open. We had hours from 1 to 7 p.m., which that was the first time we had done that in quite a few years. The proposed budget is to move that back to 1 to 6 p.m. We just didn't see the use and demand in that last hour of the day to go forward with that at this time. We may look at doing some special occasions if it's a really extremely warm day or something, or the month of July, if we're able to do movies in the park or something like that on a Friday night to bring back some extended hours. Capital expenditures. In 21, within the Metropolitan Park District, we have projects here at the Recreation Center to replace acoustical wall panels, replace carpet on the walkway, and repaint the exterior of the building here. So our 21 budget on page 79, our 21 request is $2,043,665. The change from 21 is 3.4%. You might note some of the figures I was out there that are given out previously where you would expect maybe a little more savings. One component I did not include in my figures were the capital expenditures of 97,000. Those had lived in one of the parks budgets before, so I kind of wanted to compare apples to apples through each division there. And then in 22, requested budget of 2,087,440, which is a 2% increase over 21. With that, I would take any questions.
Any questions or comments? Okay, Brandon, and then we'll go to Eileen.
Well, Kurt, I know one part of the new parks facility is being used on Tuesdays and Fridays, and that would be pickleball. I've played there myself, and it's been a lot of fun. That was just an example. I wanted to bring that up because you guys did a lot of work polling residents, having focus groups, and all of this. Of course, a reminder that the in-person stuff was before COVID, but you put a lot of work into your 5-year plan, and you used the data that you received from that to inform the decisions that you were making. And I think that this is one area that was a really good example of a success. And it didn't come from one individual. It came from many individuals through that process. So kudos to all of you for spending the time and effort necessary to directly reach out to residents and invite that kind of feedback. And I think that this was, again, I said it's a success. I think that's true.
Thank you. And I would just, a lot of those items that we were able to accomplish and prompt you were strictly from the public, which makes it easier to present when you've got the data of this is what people want, and we're able to accomplish it. So thank you.
Eileen, and then we'll do Nathan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure to thank Kurt again for his support of the Senior Association in Exile, which is what we're calling ourselves. He's been available, and we're looking to maybe completely overhaul the Senior Association and how the Senior Center works and how we work together on that. And Kurt has been very open to conversations, and when we get out of this mess, we're going to look to a complete facelift maybe on the association and the center. Thank you so much, Kurt.
Thank you.
And Eileen, I know that when you look at the facility there at the new city hall and the rec building where the seniors could be, if we didn't have COVID, would have been just outstanding. And it's still going to be there. We'll get through COVID and we'll eventually get there. So Nathan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kurt, as well. I think it was a couple weeks ago I had said mistakenly that McGee Park was not being used, and I wasn't sure how much the other parks were. And I want to apologize because, the parks are places where people go so that they can really enjoy the weather that we've had. And even, with the snow, there were people over there building forts, having, snowball fights. And, it's a place so that people can really escape the anxiety of the pandemic and the current environment. And you and your staff provide that. And so do our parks. And I just wanted to say I appreciate it. I'm sorry. And, but thank you so much for your work.
Well, thank you. Yeah, parks are key to any vibrant community. So, we're grateful to see people out there, and I think we're making improvements in all our parks with the help of Alan Davis and addressing needs and maybe some deferred capital as well over the years. So, thank you.
That sounds like a great transition to parks and to Alan Davis. Alan?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Would you please turn to page 8081? The Parks Facility Budget funds the maintenance and operation of our capital investments developed through goals from our 5-year plan, council goals, bond projects, and city-owned parks, public properties, water towers, sites, street tree maintenance, garbage and litter collection, maintenance of our city paths, trails, and pool facilities, and is actually a combination of 4 separately tracked budget components. The budget request is $1,325,003 in 2021 and $1,338,064 in 2022, and it does reinstate the 7,500 seasonal hours and 1,450 full-time hours budgeted for but curtailed during 2020. With more normal staffing levels, we will complete the Mary's Park playground installation, provide yearly crack filling and color coding to the Krugel and Sunnyside tennis and pickleball courts, prepare the new playfields within their newly renovated facility, maintain our expanding path system, now including the Atani linear path and Sunnyside Park with the improvements there with the ADA access. And in 2021, we'll pave a path from the west end of Harrison Street to Darrow through the Conservation Park and on to Canyon View. Also included in this budget is staff time dedicated to working with Civic Trust and the Palouse Chipman Trail Committee on existing trail maintenance and future planning for regional path connections. The budget also provides for the upkeep and maintenance of streetscapes. You got Pine Street Plaza, High Street Mall, Cougar Plaza, the library, Centennial Fountain, Grand Avenue Greenway, and downtown planters, hanging baskets, banners, and seasonal light displays. Of the total, the pool maintenance is $99,357. Street trees, $53,916, and water towers, $21,207. The rainy pool liner installation complete in 2020 looks terrific, and it was quite a job to do with some of the concrete work they had to take care of there. And in 2021, we'll bring some new updates to the shower building, including exterior restroom facilities for the park. With the council's approval of an additional park employee, we were able to hire an individual in May of 2019 which has allowed us to better address the downtown street trees, street pruning lists from police, fire, transit, Pullman disposal, school district, and the community. So salaries and wages include program salary step increases. There's some adjustments to salaries when we did the blending of the government buildings and park maintenance staff, and there's some tracking changes to aquatics. As Kurt mentioned, the rainy operations will move to the aquatic center, and the aquatic maintenance that we used to have in his budget will now be in ours. But overall, from the park side, it's a reduction of salaries of $28,098. Another change for 2021 is the tracking of operational supplies and repair and maintenance supplies. A comparison to 2020 reflects a rather large reduction in our supply budget and a likewise increase in other services, but the overall effect remains the same. There are budgeted funds in both years to cover any unanticipated equipment failures, and there's communication cost increases. There's an IT charge increase and the inclusion of park liability and capital insurance costs amounting to $30,707, which was previously reported elsewhere within the budget. There's also a capital carryover of $22,000 from 2020 for the rainy pool climbing wall. And before I get to some of the smaller ones, are there any questions on the park side? Okay, if you would turn to page 74, 75, you'll find the community improvement budget. It includes our abatement of weeds on city property and rights of way and ordinance enforcement, primarily noxious weed and overhanging vegetation. Under this budget, we also provide the yearly spring cleanup at Pullman Disposal, which unfortunately we had to cancel this year. So the budget for 2021 is $158,213 and $163,458 in 2022. 2021 is actually an increase of 6.5% over 2020. Other operating expenses include communication cost increases, and there are interfund increases in IT and ERD rates, as well as some transferred insurance costs. So if you would like to turn to pages 76 and 77, we have the cemetery budget. It funds the operation and maintenance of Oddfellows Cemetery and City Cemetery. And the request for 2021 is $143,667 and $146,488 in 22. We used to average over 53 earth burials a year, and that number has dropped to 10 or less due to the increase in cremations. We contract for backhoe operations for opening earth burials and lowering liners, as this prevents conflicts with M&O and water sewer emergencies. So within this budget, there's a reduction in professional services reflecting the current popularity of cremation burials and the interfund changes, including transferred liability insurance rates. And if you'd like to turn now to page 106 and 107, you'll find the government building budget. This provides funds for building care, building maintenance, service, and supplies for city buildings and facilities, and addressing the new challenges associated with the virus. We did recently purchase 2 backpack power sprayers to better disinfect furniture, especially with all the new furniture we have in the new buildings on the new campus. Budget request for 2021 is $1,342,978 and $1,374,292 in 22. This budget reflects the creation of another permanent janitorial position to help handle the additional load of cleaning and maintaining the buildings at the city's new campus, while still cleaning and maintaining our other buildings to a high standard, and being responsible for maintenance of the old city hall, primarily for the court. As I mentioned previously in the parks budget, we also created a new classification of facilities maintenance worker. This was the blending of the old government building position and our park maintenance worker too. This has already reaped dividends by decreasing response time and utilizing staff skills for repairs, maintenance, and projects wherever they occur, whether it's in the parks or government buildings. And it's been especially helpful dealing with the move and the extensive to-do list still associated with the new city hall and recreation facilities. The reduction to repair and maintenance under this budget is reflective of current history. In minor equipment for 2021 and 2022, I've placed dollars as a place marker to cover replacement of existing equipment should we experience any failures. Within other operating expenses, we plan no special maintenance projects. We're trying to build the reserves back up. There are some increased IT costs. We have the inclusion of the transferred liability insurance expenses, and we have now set aside building rates of $33,394 in 2021 and $35,641 in 2022 to cover the cost of the ongoing operation of the old City Hall building. Within capital, there's a slight increase for the yearly budgeted ADA transition plan, and 2022 may have some costs attributed to engineering for the old City Hall roof project, with 2023 now the targeted date for the old City Hall roof replacement. And with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments? I don't see any, Alan, so thank you. Well, okay, Al Sorensen just raised his hand. Okay, Al?
Just real quick, Alan, I know there's a little possible project going on with Cougar Plaza. I know this isn't necessarily the time for that kind of thing, but maybe you could expand on that for me just a hair.
Sure. We have the possibility of a donor that would like to make some improvements to the Cougar Plaza. And as most of you know, we were having some issues with the old frieze that's on the old brick frieze that's there. And it's in a position that really can't be repaired without major damage to the wall. But we wanted to still secure it there, kind of like a time capsule, if you think of it. And so what we're looking at is a design that would have a new metal logo placed. It would be put into the wall. You wouldn't see the old frieze, but it'd be about that size with the lettering that we still have. And actually, the coloring would be kind of like what's behind Councilmember Sorensen's head there, with the kind of the gold colors on the wall. And so when you come into town, you would really see it. It'd light up with the lights, where right now, even with lighting right on that brick, it's really, really hard to pick that up at all. And this other thing with the frieze is, as many of you have known, the cat, really, the cougar was never really quite right. The logo doesn't look quite right on there. It's compressed. As I always say, it kind of looks more like a monkey if you pick it up on the wrong side, because you can see the mouth on the backside. But so that could be a huge change and a big difference there. We could have lighting on the wall and possibly some lighting behind the sign, similar to what we just put in at the new City Hall. So that's kind of an update on the Cougar Plaza.
And I know we're just waiting now for the basically the lineup on what the cost would be. And I know I've talked to that donor several times. So as soon as we get that figure, then we can pass it on to the donor. All right. And Pat Wright.
Hi, Alan. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a quick question, and that is, what is the status of the Veterans Plaza at the cemetery?
Okay, we're still on hold with the family in regards to dollars and donations of the piece of ground that sits, just west of the entrance there. We still have some dollars that I believe the Legion has for this. It's still a goal. It's in our long-term CIP program for both purchase and design and construction. It's a situation where I think we still need to review, and we have ground of our own within the 10 acres that could possibly work for the monument if we don't see any movement in the next few years on that piece. But ideally, that little triangular section right there on Fairmont would secure the cemetery. It'd be a great, monument there. Memorial would be a great thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I wish that more people knew about that because it could be such a stunning addition to that area out there. So thank you for your efforts in that.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, Alan, thank you for this report. We'll go now to Joanna Bailey and the library budget.
Great. Well, good evening, City Council. The fact that we're now to the library means that we are almost done with the department presentations. So if you want to take a moment to stretch, to rub your eyes, please do so. You've all earned it. I'd like to provide a very brief recap of the library's achievements, significant achievements in 2019 and 2020, as it sets the framework for better understanding our 2021 and 2022 proposed budget. For the viewers who were not able to join us last year's accomplishments were informed by the council's priorities of community identity with a focus on parent-child friendly amenities downtown, and strategic long-term planning with a focus on modernizing with technology and supporting community partnerships. We created 5 foci and completed 29 projects under these priorities. Specifically, we increased the number of resident cardholders through programmatic and innovative approaches. We created programs and collections which inspire and engage older youth, ages 11 through 17. We delivered technology improvements when, where, and how users needed. We used continuous process improvement to create easy, efficient, and intuitive public service. And we improved facility layout and structural stability to improve the patron experience and better protect city assets. These efforts resulted in the number of resident cardholders rising by almost 17%. We rolled out new after-school STEAM programs, including a Coding for Girls class for middle school and high school aged youth. And we saw a 200% increase in print and scanning resources. And thanks to Public Works, we got a new roof for a leak-free facility. In 2020, amid the chaos and the upheaval of COVID-19, we searched for and found silver linings. We evaluated our service points in the library from a value-added standpoint, and we focused on streamlining those specific processes to make service as easy and intuitive as possible for our users. For example, we overhauled how people register for a library card. Understanding that you couldn't come into the facility to do that, we created a process for a temporary card that occurs by phone or by email in about 2 minutes instead of in person for 5 minutes. The number of library accounts opened by new users increased 128% in Q3 this year over Q1. The public use of library online resources skyrocketed. We strengthened our back-end processes again to make things easy and intuitive as possible for the patron. We shifted our marketing focus to spotlight these online services, understanding how much people had already lost in their lives. Our external messaging focused on what patrons could still do to use the library rather than what they lost or could not do. Since the library closed in March, we have circulated almost 49,000 digital library books and over 5,000 streaming movies through our Canopy online service. Use of other online resources like Consumer Reports, lynda.com, Mango Languages, which is a language learning program, and additional tools for K-12 learning have increased by triple and in some cases quadruple %. In June, we instituted contactless curbside service as soon as we received the governor's guidelines allowing us to do so. This gave patrons a new way to utilize old services. The process is now very streamlined. It's as simple as see it, request it, and get it. To date, patrons have borrowed over 12,000 items. So that is a very quick recap in the significant achievements last year and this year. So let's turn to 2021 and 2022. If you turn to page 68 in your budget workbook, we can start there. Page 68 shows the library's organizational chart. You'll notice the Library Board of Trustees and their role figured in this chart. The Board of Trustees was established by you, by City Council. Trustees work closely with me to set policy and guide library service. Pages 69 and 70 provide a description of the library's mission, vision, and department goals. Together, these three elements create the roadmap which informs staff efforts. The mission of Neal Public Library is to provide an open environment in which people have free access to a wide variety of stories, ideas, information, and opinions. The library's vision statement is crystallized into 4 service roles derived by the community. These service roles are a popular materials library, an early literacy cornerstone, a general information center, and a community activities center. So these service roles are very different than what you would see from an academic library, for example. So library goals are then established within the framework of these service roles. Department goals are informed by council priorities, and funding from our operating budget makes it all possible. In addition to influencers like service roles and council priorities, the presence of the recovery from the pandemic strongly influenced our 2021 and 2022 goals. We enter these next 2 years with a high degree of uncertainty. So we will continue to follow local health state guidelines to adapt COVID and post-COVID operations in the safest and most productive manner possible. Some of the goals we list tonight are carryovers from this year in that because we were not able to realize them due to the pandemic. BDS consultants identified Neal Public Library as a starred asset in the downtown master plan. The library also serves an important role in celebrating and honoring Pullman's diverse and inclusive community. I believe that the goals we present tonight provide meaningful forward progress on these priorities within the realities of a pandemic recovery. Therefore, our 2021 and 2022 goals are to reopen for in-facility service, to strengthen wireless infrastructure to support bandwidth needs and socially distanced public computing, to reinstate library programs within a virtual, a hybrid, or another adapted environment, to partner with Pullman School District to distribute library cards and provide tutorials and instruction to these students and teachers in an adaptive environment. Improve the wayfinding to the library by installing more prominent lettering on the exterior facades of the building. One bold and starred asterisk here is that this is 100% funded using external funding through the Friends of Neal Public Library. And then continue to use technology to modernize payment methods so payment by card becomes the norm for all payment transactions. So to ensure goals stay meaningful, the library routinely utilizes a variety of tools and techniques, which you can see listed on page 70, to measure the efficacy of staff work and to ensure department accountability to our residents. Library service is user-centric, both by design and by intention. We understand the choices we make determine how well our residents use the library and how enjoyable it is for them to do so. So this means we need to make good choices. Our 2021 and 2022 major budget highlights and changes are listed on page 70 and 71. As you've heard from all departments tonight, and the library is no exception, major changes are due to interfund charges and predicted payroll increases. For our salary and wages, this is $991,341 in 2021 and $1,012,800 in 2022. This year, calculations for salaries, wages, and benefits were provided to departments by finance staff. This extra effort by finance staff was a tremendous help, for which I am very grateful. Salary and wages reflect routine step increases and full year funding for a currently vacant youth service librarian position. The duties of this vacant position are currently being performed by myself and a youth service assistant. This is an additional strain for the library, so we are hoping to recruit and fill within Q1 of 2021. Overtime. Compensatory time is now categorized as overtime. The library is not budgeting for any overtime. For benefits, our calculation for benefits reflect the city's portion of any shared costs. For supplies, the amount is $33,189 in 2021 and $25,132 in 2022. With anticipation of some level of curbside service continuing, and given the uncertainties surrounding large public gatherings for programs, we felt it was prudent to reallocate $9,000 from public programming supplies to fund additional PPE and curbside service supplies. Under minor equipment, this amounts to $1,000 for receipt printers that are reaching their end of life, for roll carts and stools for circulation duties, and ergonomic workstation elements. Under other operating expenses, this amounts to $158,261 in 2021 and $181,170 in 2022. The majority of these expenses are for software licenses, which support most aspects of library operations, from the online catalog to checking out physical and digital materials to public computing. We did reduce funding for travel and professional development by $7,000, as the impact on travel and training opportunities over the next 2 years due to COVID is largely unknown. For capital expenditures, for budgeting purposes only, library materials are labeled as capital expenditures. This amounts to $118,000 in 2021 and $121,050 in 2022. We have no facility capital projects. During the pandemic, access to physical collections is limited, and we are seeing use of digital books skyrocket. To meet this increased use, $10,500 was reallocated from physical materials to support the growth of digital collections. As a budget-saving measure, 100% of city funding for materials this year was frozen. We are very grateful to the Friends of NPL and to our community for their financial assistance this year. The proposed 2021 and 2022 budgets before you will restore critical funding for materials. So in summary, the table on page 71 shows a breakdown of the library's proposed 21 and 22 budgets. The total 2021 budget is $1,841,838. This is 2.8% or $50,215 more dollars than 2020. The 2022 budget is $1,909,652. This is a 3.7% or increase, or $67,814 more dollars than 2021. Again, major changes are due to interfund charges and predicted payroll increases. A list of FTEs for 21 and 22 is shown at the bottom of page 71. And as you can see, there are no changes proposed for either year. So at this point, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Any questions or comments? We'll go to Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Joanna, so good to see your face. I was in there usually every day and I miss it. I just want to tell you how much myself and I know many citizens of all ages appreciate your staff and yourself continuing to provide services in a very challenging time. It's put a stress on a lot of people, and your staff, all of our departments as well. And I know a lot of the parents just wish the library was open so that they could bring them there. I will say that this right there, that sits next to my computer, because even though we may be stuck inside, that little card can take us anywhere. So I just want to tell you, thank you so much for continuing the services. Lynda.com is awesome. And thank you so much. I look forward to when we can open.
Thank you, Nathan.
Okay, any others? Okay, Brandon.
Yeah,
and then
thanks.
Brandon, we'll go to Ann.
Thank you. Nathan, I got a kick out of that. It was like reading Rainbow. It'll take you anywhere. So we have had to adapt, right? That was thrust upon us, and in many ways, Joanna, I think you can appreciate that we're learning a lot about areas where we can be more efficient, and certainly I think you have shown in the past that you're willing to look at efficiency. So moving forward, whether or not we're reopening, what kind of adapting are you looking at making in terms of deploying technology and other things? Because do you anticipate as we reopen that the shift will move all the way back to normal books? Do you anticipate that more will be done online through Libby, through some of those avenues? In other words, what do you see as a continuing shift online?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Chapman. So I certainly, we are paying a lot of attention right now to what reopening might look like. I've been in touch with Mike Urban and Mayor Johnson to have those discussions, and we've got another meeting set up later this week to do more of that. I think there's several factors going on. Certainly, to your specific question about technology, it's going to be more of that rather than less. As you've heard me say a couple times tonight, the use of downloadable books, the use of our online learning resources, those have skyrocketed. I don't expect that to change. We all want the library to reopen. We're all working very hard to make that as safe as possible, as soon as possible. But opening the doors is going to be giving patrons service by scale, I guess is the best way to say that. Just because we open the doors doesn't mean that people are going to be rushing in. People are very wisely cautious in how they begin to resume our traditional services. So when I talked earlier tonight about really studying the value-added services, what that means is we paid a lot of attention to, out of all the services that the library opens, which are the primary ones that are used the most by residents. And the answer to that is the circulation of books, whether it's traditional or whether it's virtual, and our public computing resources, whether they are hopping on to send emails, to look for jobs, to connect with family. It's through the use of public computers. And then our story times, being able to have some literacy and some literacy enrichment with the very young. And so some of what you are seeing already, which is technology based, is we are moving our online story times back into a recorded format that's posted on the library's Facebook page and the city's YouTube channel. Those are posted every Monday. We will continue that practice even when the library does reopen, because again, we're not going to know what kind of capacity we'll have for gathering. So looking to do more of those online story times. We are exploring doing some live story times for the Mother Goose lap sit. So those are for the very, very young children sitting on parents' laps. So looking at rolling that out in a live format. And then when we get ready to open, it will be, as I've said, focusing on the services that patrons use most, and then being able to give that to them within limitations inside the facility.
Yeah, and I realize that there are some things that we're used to that tactile experience, right? That you can't replace with virtual. Do you have a good idea on what kind of services maybe they're valuable to have, but they're not used as much, that we have an option on virtual or something that could lower that cost? This is in the sharpen the pencil, Mike Urban way of thinking here. I don't know if that makes sense, but
it sounds like you might have something in mind.
I don't have anything in mind necessarily. I know that I'm thinking of, okay, so we open the library back up for story time in person. That I'm not sure if that changes a cost or an expense necessarily versus doing it online. So I'm wondering if there are certain things that they definitely do have a different expense attached to them, whether we're doing them virtual versus in person. Certainly keeping the really well sought after things But then those things that maybe are not as well sought after, if you've been able to identify those and say, hey, we could still do this virtual and not have as much of the cost.
Sure. I think, attending programs, whether they're for the young or for the older, looking at moving those to an online format is definitely something that I see continuing. As far as cost goes, we already have the technology to large part. That would be using the RingCentral technology. So there is not as long as it is staff provided, it is not a savings in cost. One of the, as you heard me say earlier, reallocating $9,000 from programming, a lot of that, we see those savings in terms of contracts that we are not reaching out, those external partnerships, particularly during the summer reading programs. Partnering up with performers and paying them to come and perform and have programs here at the library. So not doing those certainly is a savings. Yeah. The other thing that bears mentioning, when we reopen, we're looking at ways that we can provide as contactless an experience as possible, again, to reduce that rate of transmission. And so we're completely relooking at how staff are involved in the borrowing of books, in the checking out of books for patrons. Last year, we rolled out 2 new self-checkout systems along with some software, and we will be heavily using those systems when we reopen so that patrons are able to get their materials, check them out themselves. They can pay their fines through there. So that means that we are not needing those processes to be as staff driven as normal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I can tell you that when I was on the west side before moving to Pullman with the Timberland system, they had self-checkout, and it was pretty easy. So yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
And Parks.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Hi, Joanna.
Hi,
Ann. A long time. I want to thank you, first of all, for your great presentation. And the library is just one of the most relevant to so many of our citizens. It's something it's tangible and they can use it. And you've done such a great job of transitioning from all in person to nothing and then back online, and then online, and now kind of a hybrid or with the curbside. And I've talked to a lot of people who use it actively in all ways. And Nathan's testimony just now was pretty accurate about how people feel. So please, thank you so much. I had one question. You talked about wanting to bring on a children's librarian. Is that position included in this listing of the FTEs?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure which one it was. All right. Thank you.
And once we get through COVID-19 and we get the vaccine and we get rid of this pandemic, I think everyone's going to love to come back and have story time again. As one who likes to read to the kids, I'll tell you, I really enjoy the feedback and to see the kids' reaction, stuff like that. So, we're going to be looking forward to that. That'll be one of the things we can look forward to. So with that, let's move now to other budgets and other funds. And back by popular demand, Alan Davis will talk about Lawson Gardens Endowment, the Cemetery Endowment, and the Cemetery Expansion Funds. Okay, Alan?
Thank you, Mayor. The Lawson Garden Endowment Funds provide for the care and maintenance of Lawson Gardens, including the annual gardens, perennial gardens, rose garden, xeriscape garden, terrace garden, turf areas, and greenhouse operations. Interest earnings, when available and not expended during the year, are carried over as revenue for future years. Our biggest challenge for the next several years will be maintaining the gardens to the standard we have in the past while in the midst of a construction zone as work begins on the long-awaited garden house. The budget request is $118,405 for 2021 and $130,597 in 2022. There are program salary step increases for both 21 and 22. And within the interfund, we have additional insurance costs And in 2022, we've included a mower replacement for a unit that's been in use since the completion of the terrace garden in the early 90s. And if you'll turn, well, on the adjacent page, so you don't have to turn, page 111 is the Cemetery Endowment Care Fund. This fund was established in 1965 to provide a corpus whose earnings are used for ongoing maintenance improvements of city-operated cemeteries. Revenues are generated from a portion of cemetery grave sales. 30% goes to the care fund. The reserves build principal, which cannot be spent. The income from investments, however, may be used for care, upkeep, maintenance, and improvement of the cemetery. Interest earnings may be transferred to the Cemetery Expansion Fund for future projects. And we've just budgeted $500 a year for 21 and 22. And so if you'll turn to page 91, you'll find the Cemetery Expansion Fund. So this is the fund that receives the transfers from the care fund I just mentioned. Revenues are generated from fees, donations, and investment interest. This fund was established to provide funds for capital improvements, expansion, and development. And in the past, this fund has provided dollars for improvements for our fountain niche, the construction of the single and double-sided niches, and paving of the Oddfellows Cemetery Road. Presently, there are no projects planned as we build reserves, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on those three funds.
Any questions on those? If not, we have two more funds to talk about tonight. We'll go back to Mike Urban.
We're getting there, folks. Hang in there for me just a couple more minutes. So thank you for your patience. Page 90 is the Firefighters Relief and Pension Fund. And the purpose of this fund is to fund medical expenses, both out-of-pocket and insurance, for our pre-LEF1 firefighters. And there are two of them on our books. So the LEF1 will step in where they were LEF1, but there's a certain part that we can use this fund for. And the revenues come from a state tax on fire insurance. So we can, if we have this fund, we can get these dollars in and help offset some of our costs. And so what you see is our budget for 21 and 22 at 46,504. And then our 2022 budget of 50,162. And then if you look at the expense side of it, you can see that the request is going up a little bit, 71,320, as we get into having to take care of some long-term care for these folks. Those costs are a lot more than just covering the regular eyeglasses, hearing aids, and those types of things. So you'll see the 71,320 jumps up to 73,460 in 2022. And this is just indicative of, rising costs of providing healthcare and then the aging of these individuals. So right now, the reserve fund for this account is $418,000. So in this biennium budget, I'm not, throwing up the warning lights on this at all. This is just part of life. So that's the Firefighters Relief and Pension Fund. I'd be happy to take any questions on that.
Quick one.
Al.
I'm just a little bit confused at the total budget line in the fourth item over where there, I'm guessing that's a minus 826,000. I don't see how that number.
I must have picked up, yeah, I think I picked up a different cell somewhere. So if you disregard that, please, you found the typo, you want a pizza. So 31,320 is what should be coming down to that line.
Okay. I was thinking we found some money. Oh, well.
No, sorry.
But apparently you found a pizza. I don't know.
Found a pizza.
Okay.
All right.
Now their hands up so we can do the Metropolitan Parks on page 114.
Sure. And the Metropolitan Parks is back to you for a couple reasons, but on the 27th of October, let's start with the 6th. On the 6th of October, I was in front of you talking about revenue and certainly discussing the Metro Parks as part of that. And then on the 27th, we certainly touched on the expenses for Metro Parks. But since we were doing all the other funds, I didn't want to let this intergovernmental fund fall off the side in case there was any questions, mostly because I know Kurt and Alan were also presenting tonight. So is there anything else that the council would like to discuss on the Metro Parks end of this, since we're doing all of these fund items right now? Is there anything you'd like me to rehash, or is there any questions that have come out of those other two meetings? And I'm sorry, I didn't give you the page number on this, 114.
Yeah.
That's on me.
No, I actually said it ahead of time.
Okay.
So we got it covered, Mike.
Okay.
Okay.
So if there's no other questions, that's the end of tonight's marathon. We'll do this again next week for the funds we didn't cover on Tuesday at 6 p.m. And thank you all for your great questions and patience.
But wait, there's more, as they would say. The consent agenda comes up next. And do I hear a motion to read the consent agenda by title only?
So moved.
Moved from Dan and a second. Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And with that, Laura McAloon.
Thank you, Mayor. Your consent agenda consists of a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the regular meeting of October 27, 2020, and approve them as submitted. A motion to approve disbursements for accounts payable checks numbered 101319 through 101327, electronic transfers 649 through 652, and payroll direct deposits 64563 through 64864, totaling $867,604.35. And a motion to approve an EMS service agreement with WSU for the 2020 football season.
Is there any item the council would like out for discussion? Seeing none, the consent agenda consists of items 1 through 3. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And with that, we have not heard of anyone online to make any public comment. And there's nothing on the regular agenda. So the next thing I would like to have is a motion to adjourn. Do I see that? So moved. And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. And we'll see you next Tuesday, 6 o'clock, and we get to do it all over again.